the quality of life for every citizen will be improved. So if you take such a broad view of quality, that is what we are trying to do. At the end of the day, we are trying to help the economy grow and trying to improve the quality of life for every individual citizen of India. We are helping on every single front which is required so that overall quality can be improved and a quality consciousness can seep into every citizen and every manufacturer and every service provider.
NABCB plays a very important role because it attests the competence of those organizations who do certification, who do inspections. A very important role is being played by NABCB as well as Quality Council of India in establishing the public perception about quality in the products, services and processes.
NABCB provides accreditation to certification, inspection and validation and verification bodies after assessing their competence in almost all critical domains. This includes confidence and credibility regarding the conformity assessment bodies in the minds of the general population. Its relationship with various stakeholders is based on key elements like competence-based assessments, impartial and transparent process, and international recognition of accreditation.
Accreditation is the prime and essential pillar of the quality ecosystem. Accreditation assures competence and impartiality in the certification and inspection bodies. When we consume products or services in the market space, it's accreditation which assures its compliance with standards and technical regulations. Thus, both regulators and industry rely heavily on NABCB accreditation. Accreditation is an essential enabler for government initiatives to build brand India by promoting zero defect and zero effect. It further has a major impact on both Make in India and Atmanirbhar Bharat.
Getting certified by NABCB accredited certification bodies for quality management systems is one of the best investments that any organization can make.
NABCB established its first accreditation scheme for the management system certification in the year 2000 and since then has been adding various accreditation schemes within the management systems and in other areas relating to certification of products, persons, inspection and validation and verification. Today, NABCB is the leading accreditation body in the world and is relied on by the government, regulators and the industry across sectors within the country. NABCB is a member of international bodies on accreditation such as the International Accreditation Forum IAF, the International Laboratory Accreditation Corporation ILAC and the Asia Pacific Accreditation Corporation APAC and is signatory to their multilateral recognition arrangements which facilitates international equivalence and acceptance of certificates and reports issued under NABCB accreditation.
NABCB's accreditation to certification bodies for medical devices quality management systems is recognized by CDSCO, the drug regulator in India, and has facilitated the certification of world-class manufacturing facilities for medical devices in India.
NABCB has a great role to play and great connection with the CDSCO because it accreditates the certifying bodies, and these certifying bodies we rely on for the regulation of Class A and Class B medical devices. The certification or inspection done by them are relied upon by the CDSCO for the quality management system of the medical devices and for the quality, safety and performance of the medical devices. At the core of everything is a patient, a consumer. If patient gets the access to affordable medical product through these kinds of activities by NABCB, I think that's a good system. NABCB is an integral part of a quality system which we are trying to build for quality medical devices in our country. This collaboration of NABCB and CDSCO, it will really boost the sector to make India self-reliant, Atmanirbhar Bharat.
Besides accrediting certification bodies for QMS and MDQMS, NABCB also provides accreditation to QMS bodies for certification of educational organizations. NABCB provides accreditation to occupational health and safety management systems certification bodies, thereby supporting the implementation of best practices related to occupational health and safety in the industry. NABCB lays down stringent accreditation criteria for certification of food safety management systems, ISO 22000, to ensure food safety and quality in the food supply chain.
The Food Safety and Standards Authority of India was set up to ensure safe and wholesome food for the entire country. Given the fact that India has about 5 million registered food businesses, it is indeed a very huge task to ensure good hygienic practices. We have been partnering with NABCB to set up third-party auditing agencies, and we have granted legal recognition to them. NABCB accredited bodies have the technical competence, they have the resources and a robust quality management system to carry out good third-party audits, and have provided immense support to FSSAI.
NABCB also provides accreditation to energy and environmental management systems that enables businesses of all sizes to make their operations sustainable and environment friendly. NABCB's accreditation to certification bodies in the fields of information security, information technology services, and trustworthy digital repository management systems enables businesses to benefit from digitalization while safeguarding their digital infrastructure and data security. NABCB accredited inspection bodies play a key role in conducting credible inspections across the industry sectors and assuring regulatory compliance in key sectors like oil and gas, food, defense, construction, etc. NABCB accredited product certification bodies provide certification for schemes as diverse as Good Agricultural Practices, Global GAP, IND-GAP, Electrical Product Safety, and Ready-Mix Concrete Plant Certification Scheme to ensure that the materials and practices adhere to the highest quality standards globally. To certify competency and skills of personnel, NABCB provides accreditation to bodies for certification of project management professionals, NDT personnel, welders, traditional community healthcare providers, crane operators, yoga professionals, and many more. NABCB has secured international equivalence accreditation schemes for various management systems, product certification, personnel certification, inspections, and validation and verification. This has opened up the international markets for Indian products, services and skills, and has facilitated their export. NABCB accreditation enables businesses to demonstrate compliance with the regulatory standards, thereby enabling regulators to reduce oversight and inspection visits.
When BIS decided that its factory inspection activity has to be expanded, we turned to NABCB for support. NABCB accredits inspection agencies which can do factory inspection. We identified 5 NABCB accredited inspection agencies, and they are doing factory inspection for us. And this has been a great help, because till recently we were able to cover only 30 to 40% of the licenses, but after these NABCB accredited agencies have been engaged, we are able to do 100% inspection. So this is an important contribution that NABCB is making.
Oil and gas is an industry which is highly hazardous in nature, which is risky. PNGRB has developed many technical and safety regulations. To support this, the NABCB accredited agencies, they are impaneled by PNGRB to check the compliance of these regulations. This very effective mechanism of PNGRB, NABCB, industry has worked very well
and today we have more than 30 inspection bodies which has been accredited by NABCB.
NABCB accreditation minimizes the risk of fake, unauthentic or fraudulent certifications. The NABCB logo on the certificates provided by the conformity assessment bodies ensures that they are duly accredited as per international standards. Apart from being a strong differentiator for businesses, NABCB accreditation is an endorsement of their superior quality practices and communicates their commitment to excellence while facilitating a culture of consumer protection and confidence.
Each one of you wants your children to lead a better quality of life. Among the most important preconditions for that is top quality infrastructure.
QCI and NABCB support the nation's goal of Naya Bharat, Atmanirbhar Bharat.
The quality of the products and services that you consume directly impacts your health and well-being and is a key deciding factor while taking a buying decision. Planning to buy your dream house or vehicle or packaged food or the latest clothing? How about the fuel that powers your vehicle or the machineries that make your life simpler or medical devices that are used to diagnose and treat diseases? The key considerations while purchasing or using these products or services are safety, quality and performance. With millions of brands vying for your attention, how can you be sure of their quality and reliability? The certification inspections and testing conducted against the benchmark standards by conformity assessment bodies gives us that confidence. However, there is a need for an independent, internationally recognized national accreditation body to determine and validate the technical competency, impartiality, and integrity of such conformity assessment bodies. That's where the National Accreditation Board for Certification Bodies, or NABCB, plays an extremely important role as a national body in India by accrediting the various conformity assessment bodies. NABCB is one of the constituent boards of the Quality Council of India, QCI, the apex body for accreditation and quality promotion in India.
We are going to have $1 trillion worth of exports and that the quality of life for every citizen will be improved. So if you take such a broad view of quality, that is what we are trying to do. At the end of the day, we are trying to help the economy grow and trying to improve the quality of life for every individual citizen of India. We are helping on every single front which is required so that overall quality can be improved and a quality consciousness can seep into every citizen and every manufacturer and every service provider.
NABCB plays a very important role because it attests the competence of those organizations who do certification, who do inspections. A very important role is being played by NABCB as well as Quality Council of India in establishing the public perception about quality in the products, services and processes.
NABCB provides accreditation to certification, inspection and validation and verification bodies after assessing their competence in almost all critical domains. This includes confidence and credibility regarding the conformity assessment bodies in the minds of the general population. Its relationship with various stakeholders is based on key elements like competence-based assessments, impartial and transparent process, and international recognition of accreditation.
Accreditation is the prime and essential pillar of the quality ecosystem. Accreditation assures competence and impartiality in the certification and inspection bodies. When we consume products or services in the market space, it's accreditation which assures its compliance with standards and technical regulations. Thus, both regulators and industry rely heavily on NABCB accreditation. Accreditation is an essential enabler for government initiatives to build Brand India by promoting zero defect and zero effect. It further has a major impact on both Make in India and Atmanirbhar Bharat.
Getting certified by NABCB, accredited certification bodies for quality management systems, is one of the best investments that any organization can make.
NABCB established its first accreditation scheme for the management system certification in the year 2000, and since then has been adding various accreditation schemes within the management systems and in other areas relating to certification of products, persons, inspection and validation verification. Today, NABCB is the leading accreditation body in the world and is relied on by the government, regulators and the industry across sectors within the country. NABCB is a member of international bodies on accreditation such as the International Accreditation Forum IAF, the International Laboratory Accreditation Corporation ILAC and the Asia Pacific Accreditation Corporation APAC, and is signatory to their multilateral recognition arrangements, which facilitates international equivalence and acceptance of certificates and reports issued under NABCB accreditation.
NABCB's accreditation to certification bodies for medical devices quality management systems is recognized by CDSCO, the drug regulator in India, and has facilitated the certification of world-class manufacturing facilities for medical devices in India.
NABCB has a great role to play and great connection with the CDSCO.
A very good morning to all of you, ladies and gentlemen. आज वेकेंसी Gentlemen, first of all, I would like to take the honor of welcoming each one of you to the first QCI NABCB Indian Industry Body meeting on quality infrastructure. The meeting aims to discuss the challenges and the key issues of the Indian industries related to QI and the way forward to overcome the existing gaps. The meeting also aims to discuss the issues related to policy and institutional framework, experiences of the industry at the sectoral level, and their need and expectation from the government related quality infrastructure. So on the note, let me introduce and welcome and take you to the inaugural session. So first of all, I would like to invite and have a privilege to invite Mr. Rajesh Maheshwari for the welcome note. Mr. Rajesh Maheshwari is CEO NABCB, and which is one of the Constitution Board of Quality Council of India. And prior to this, he was a Director, Project Planning and Implementation Division of QCI, and he is also responsible for conceptualization, planning, and management of various projects being executed by QCI. He holds Masters in Chemistry and MBA and has almost 3 decades of experience. Welcome to you, sir, for the welcome note. Thank you.
Good morning to you all. Namaskar, and welcome to this first industry body meeting which NABCB and QCI is organizing. I never seen anyone calling all the industry bodies at one platform. In fact, we had taken this initiative based on our advisory committee, which has eminent people. In fact, Rajiv Kheji, who's the former Commerce Secretary, and Deep Kapuria ji, who's the chairman of NABCB, part of, he's chairing that advisory committee. So one of the key point was to engage with industry body. So let me first welcome Rajiv Kheji, former Commerce Secretary, who's kindly consented to be part of this event. Let me also welcome Deep Kapuria ji, who's the chairman of QCI, with a bouquet of flowers. Yeah. Let me also welcome my chairman, the chairman of NABCB. The chairman of QCI would be joining virtually at 10:30 because he had some other meetings and he's taking time out to connect to us virtually. Secretary General QCI, Dr. R.P. Singh, is supposed to come. Unfortunately, the Hindi Parliamentary Committee meeting was scheduled, and he was supposed to be there at 9:30 at welcoming the MPs who's part of, and he can't skip that. He's coming anytime now. So welcome you all to this important event. And as you see, the Indian economy is growing, the industry is growing, the exports are growing, and we have in the last few years, whatever the initiatives the government has taken, we have become last year the 5th largest economy, and it's all because of the efforts of the government as well as the efforts of the Indian industry. Indian industry is a long history. I mean, so they have done exceptionally well in some of the sectors on their own without any support. Whether you look at the pharmaceuticals or whether you look at the automobiles, they've done exceptionally well. But in the past, in this past few years, various initiatives have been taken by the government, whether it is the Make in India initiative or the Brand India mission or Digital India or Startup India or PLI scheme, which is Production Linked Incentive Scheme. So lots of initiatives have been taken by the government to promote manufacturing within the country and to to enhance our share in the global markets. And when we talk of global markets, and when we talk of exports, the quality infrastructure, the standards, the technical regulations, the conformity assessment, the means of conformity assessment, that all has very, very important role to play. Some initiative was started by Department of Commerce. I'm just taking back a few years, how quality has gained importance in the context of government, in the context of how the government and industry are partnering together today. So somewhere around 2014, the first standards conclave, the National Standards Conclave, as conceived by Department of Commerce and the CII, which is one of the prominent industry body. So they started this conclave, and that was to bring about the Indian National Standard Strategy. And since then, every year that conclave is happening. It happened for 2022 in December. And over the years, the government has also taken initiatives to see how the standards can be harmonized with the international standards, how the regulations are equivalent to the regulations of other countries, and of course looking at the national interest, I'm saying whatever our needs are, and how the quality infrastructure, because without demonstrating the quality of the products and services that you deliver, the acceptance of those products and services in export markets will not be much. So there has been an enhanced focus by all stakeholders, whether it is the government or the regulators or the Indian industry or the conformity assessment, quality infrastructure, specifically the conformity assessment bodies, the regulatory authorities, or all other stakeholders. They have all played a key role here in this ecosystem. And when we are talking of last year, we were $3 billion US, $3 billion plus, trillion, not billion, trillion plus Indian the economy, third largest one, and we are supposed to be one of the top 3 global economies in another 10 years or so. So if you look at the major export sectors, whether it's the engineering goods or chemicals or drugs, pharma or textiles or gems and jewelry. So these have been our traditional areas, but new areas are also opening up, specifically like services and other areas which might be into, and in fact some of the areas wherein lots of imports were happening. For example, toys was one success story wherein lots of imports were happening, and with the intervention of Department of Commerce, somehow in the last 3-4 years, lots of Indian industry is coming out with those products, local, what we call is vocal for local. So again, that mantra is coming back. So we need to support the Indian industry so that Indian industry is able to cater to the domestic market. As of now, primarily we are a domestic-driven economy. I mean to say, the products are more intended to the domestic market rather than the export markets. So we hardly had any share in the when you look at other economies. So hardly had any share. But the intent now is not only to provide quality goods and services to the Indian industry, to the Indian consumers by the Indian industry, but also to replace other economies in the global markets, and that's with very, very definitive strategies. The government and industry is all working together. So, as you know, Quality Council of India is the national body, is the apex body on accreditation and quality promotion within the country. We work with all stakeholders, whether it is the different government ministries and the departments, whether it's related to the trade. Internal trade is like DPIIT. Then we have the Department of Commerce for external trade. We work with consumer affairs. We work with all kinds of ministries. We work with various regulators, whether it's the Food Authority or the CDSCO or PNGRB. The intent is to to help and to provide that support to the regulators, wherein they need to see how the industry is demonstrating compliance to the requirements, to the technical regulations. Similarly, we work with various industry bodies, and this was one such event we had planned, wherein we had invited almost, I think, 300 plus industry bodies all over India. And this was not only at industry bodies at the national level, but regional, state level industry bodies, sectoral industry bodies, so that one, we know each other. At this point of time, we do not even hardly handful of the industry bodies that we know. We want to even connect with the state industry bodies. We want to connect with maybe there are some regional industry bodies, maybe South Indian or Northeast. So they should know us and we should know them. And once that connect happens, so whatever support, because QCI has a very, very specific mandate. I mean, say, quality infrastructure is a whole big area, and we probably will not be able to resolve or to, to resolve or maybe to support in all areas. But still, at least the issues are flagged, whether it's related to the standards or technical regulations, and we'll try and see how best we can facilitate the industry. So with this intent, we have invited all. Incidentally, we were knowing it that this would be the a day after the festival. So Makar Sankranti, Pongal, Bihu, and my wishes from NABCB to the entire audience here, as well as I suppose there are some people who are connected on YouTube also. But with this intent, we believe that the industry bodies would participate and would be here to deliberate on the key issues and the challenges. When we talk on key issues and the challenges, there might be number of issues and challenges. It might be related to the domestic market, it might be related to the export market, it might be related to the policies of the government, it might be policies which are impacting their finances, their approvals, all kinds of things. But the prime focus would be to have, so the prime focus would be to understand the issues that the industry bodies and their members are facing with regards to the standards, technical regulations, conformity assessment, accreditation, and other related areas, and we will try and see how best we can support the Indian industry. And as you know, NABCB is the national accreditation body for giving accreditation to the certification and inspection bodies. How the industry can leverage the benefit of using the accredited bodies. So we have people from diverse industry sectors, diverse industry bodies here in person. And welcome, Chairman, sir. We welcome to the meeting. We have with us Mr. Jaksisa, who's the chairman of QCI. Welcome, sir. We hope, so welcome to you all again. And with these words, I would like to welcome you again and wish that we have very, very detailed discussions on various aspects concerning standards, technical regulations, conformity assessment, and accreditation. So thank you, and we can have the chairman first.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your welcome address. Now, I would like to invite Chairman QCI, Jaksisa ji, for this special address. Mr. Jaksisa is the Chairman of Quality Council of India and ASSOCHAM Western Regional Development Council. He represents QCI on the board of directors of ONDC with other luminaries like R.F. Sharma ji, CEO, NHA, Shri Anil Agrawal, who is Additional Secretary, Shri Adil Bhai, who is the Chairman of CBC, which is also guided by an advisory council chaired by Honorable Commerce and Industry Minister Shri Piyush Goyal ji, and joined by members such as Shri Nandan Niklani, Ms. Anjali Bansal, and Sri Arvind Gupta. He is also founder and chief managing director of Savvy Group of Companies. And furthermore, he is also the former chairman of Confederation of Real Estate Developers Association of India, that is CREDAI, the apex body of private real estate developer in India. Mr. Shah stands as an advisor and mentor at the Pharma Easy Accelerator programs, which offers 1 lakh plus medicine and health products across various categories across the country. Over to you, sir, and welcome.
Good morning and a happy Makar Sankranti, everyone. Sorry, I am wrongly dressed today. I am supposed to be there physically, but we have some luminaries, Bharat Ratna Sachin at our golf course. So sorry for this wrongly dressed. Anyway, to begin with, I would like to thank all our panelists, Shri Rajiv Kherji, Ex-Secretary, Department of Commerce, Shri Deep Kapuria ji, Chairman NABCB, Dr. R.P. Singh, Secretary General, QCI, and Mr. Rajesh Maheshwari, CEO NABC, and especially the various associations for joining us for the summit today. Friends, as India aims to become a developed country by 2047, I believe the Amrit Kal will be defined by India's industries with the quality at its core. The next 25 years will see India's smaller cities, MSMEs drive its growth as we strive to become Atmanirbhar and achieve the $40 trillion economy objective with Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, and Sabka Viswas. When speed and scale needs to our motto for this, we need to relentlessly pursue the goal of quality across sectors and for all. Accreditations and standard conformity are not just about enhancing access to market, but also to help drive performance and cost effectiveness for industry in the longer term. As Quality Council of India, our aim is to improve not just the quality of goods, services and processes, but also eventually the quality of life for the India's 140 crore plus citizens. And Indian industry has a critical role to play here. I congratulate NABCB for bringing the multiple stakeholders for discussion on current issues and challenges in India's quality infrastructure, capacity building needs of the Indian industry, and understanding concerns of India's MSME across states. I urge everyone to come forward and engage in fruitful discussions, and we would create an action plan from the ideas discussed in the summit going forward. In the end, friends, I would like to end it by humbling putting across two themes for everyone to discuss. First, how do we ensure quality reaches the smallest enterprise, even the remote areas of India? And second, what are certain areas where India's quality infrastructure needs to improve, from niche areas in technology to sustainability? Thank you and Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for this wonderful your depiction for the Amrit Kal, and thank you very much for being here today in this session. So now I would like to invite Chairman NABCB, Mr. Deep Kapuria, for his special address. Mr. Kapuria is the chairman of High Tech Group of Companies and the Global Innovation and Technical Alliance, that is GITA. He is also the past president of Auto Component Manufacturer Association. Over the last 2 decades, he has held eminent position in industry, and He is also the chairman of CII National Committee on Design and co-chair of CII National Council on International Trade Policy and the chairman of CII Regional Committees on Central Europe. He has studied at the Mayo College, Ajmer, and graduated in engineering from BITS Pilani. He is an alumnus of Harvard Business School, USA. Over to you, sir. Welcome.
Can I shut this down? Yeah. Rajiv Kherji, been a friend and a mentor of sorts right since he was the secretary at the Department of Commerce and Industry. Rajesh Maheshwari ji, welcome to this first meeting of the industry body on quality infrastructure. It's been rather cold, and I think as things happen, a lot of the audience too have shrunk to a level. So I was thinking that, how to open this address before, but Rajesh, we shouldn't be discouraged by the number of audience today, because this is the very first attempt, and that this attempt took place under the guidance of our steering committee and advisory council board, which Rajiv Kherji and other very prominent ex-commerce secretaries or secretaries of DPIIT are part. And they recommended that we should engage more with the industry bodies, and that's how this program has been evolved. And all things, we start with small steps, and today is one of that. So I would definitely hope that this grows, and in the next version of this, we see a lot more engagement from the industry bodies, because this is a very essential platform. Specifically, as the emphasis today is the issues related to policy and institutional framework, which the industry is experiencing at various levels, and their needs and expectations from the government related to the quality infrastructure. It is actually opportune if we utilize this, this platform and this framework which NABCB has presented. We aspire to be the third largest economy soon, and as we strive to be that, and our aspirations to grow, it is very important that not only do we grow the domestic market, but also the trans-border trade in both goods and services. Let me underscore the point that we have this unique opportunity for all the industry bodies to engage with the G20 process, where India has the presidency, and it is an opportunity where through various arms and various councils of G20, a lot of the recommendations which we are engaging today could actually find some space there. And I would encourage QCI to get a précis of this, and if we could feed it into some of the arms of G20. So the quality infrastructure is a major enabler which also contributes to many of the policy objectives in areas of industry development and trade, and also makes an opportunity to have the industry be more competitive in the global markets. The meet today is not only relevant to the current issues, but I think going forth we need to be future ready for whatever is about to confront us in various ways. We'll have various sessions during the day, and I hope there would be opportunity for more people to come in, because I see some of the next moderators and chairs here in the meeting already, and they would carry forth the agenda. So I would attempt to just set some context and touch upon some of the critical aspects on how international trade in recent years have evolved, primarily because our focus as an economy has to be very diverse in promoting not only our economy, but also have a growth in various sectors of the economy. You know, in the recent past, we all know that major, profound and disruptive impacts, especially post-pandemic, which have been accentuated by the geopolitics and the polarization of the globe over the Ukraine conflict, has impacted a lot of issues. I would also put forth on the how, meaning how we as a country could navigate this turbulence to achieve our aspirations to be more inclusive, sustainable, resilient, and a diverse economy. Finally, I would share some thoughts and suggestions on how quality infrastructure that relates to four major pillars: metrology, standardization, accreditation, and certification, can be enabling tools for businesses, regulators, and policymakers to achieve the larger goal to spur the economy and the export growth. To understand this imperative of robust quality infrastructure, it's important to also know in context the shock of the global trading ecosystem, which is focusing and forcing a structural shift on the bearing of the world as we knew it. The major example being the impact on efforts to reduce poverty, clean energy programs, and resulting in a major setback to the SDGs. One of the drivers of the shifts One of the drivers for the shift has been the disruption of the supply chains, which are yet to get normalized. The fallout of this being various countries and businesses focusing on their efforts to de-risk the future by laying greater emphasis on self-reliance, reducing dependence on offshoring and outsourcing. Numerous countries have also followed it up with more use of behind-the-border measures and policy initiatives to regulate the flow of trade. Thus, in the recent times, we are observing that ever-increasing use of non-tariff barriers in the garb of standards on environment, labor, carbon neutrality, and other such compliances. In the recent lead article in The Economist, it's called the Zero Sum. It's highlighting the disruptive logic which threatens globalization. It's a must read if you can get hold of it, or you can search it and you'll find that it gives some very profound understanding of this disruption. I must stress that there are other mega drivers which have to be accounted for in this structural shift, which is technology, the adoption of which has especially accelerated during the pandemic. Net impact is the result of digitization and unprecedented growth of digital economy, primed by digital trade in services. There's also an advent of various applications like smart technology or Industry 4.0, as it's known sometimes, which encompasses both goods and services. The change has an important feature that's likely to emerge because of digitalization and the growth of digital trade, which now is being termed as servification of manufacturing value chains. We need to understand it more closely because the value-added content of trade and its movement would be more and more towards services and value adds and add to that of manufacturing. Given this emerging global environment, to grow our exports to an aspirational level and to build a resilience in cross-border trade, we would require finding new markets and innovation, moving into more value-added products and participating in the value chain and through cooperation and trade agreements to diversify our economy as well as our product and production basket. And increasingly, the countries and businesses are embracing the concept of green economy, initiatives such as green logistics, climate resilient infrastructure. Many of the businesses have already adopted the ESG principles, and you would see them in the balance sheets as well. It is bound to lead to greater emphasis on regulations concerning standards and harmonization. It's a mega demand on the requisite quality infrastructure and supportive institutional and regulatory ecosystem. India already has a framework for potential and a robust quality infrastructure with the core components such as the BIS, technical regulations and regulators of SSAI, CP, CB, BEE, etc. And for technical regulators, and QCI is its constituent board of NABCB, NABL for accreditation, and NLP for metrology. However, there is a major scope for all these bodies to work together in a harmonious way as well before we start harmonizing the standards. However, we also need to enhance and strengthen the government policy and structural framework to overcome the constraints that would help successful coordination and synchronization, as I just spoke about. And this could happen through building a national quality infrastructure and possibly also put forth few pertinent recommendations for the future. Let me also welcome the SG, who was engaged in the Hindi Divas addressing at the Parliamentary Standing Committee. So let me put forth pertinent recommendations for being future ready and given the changes that I spoke about, to build a resilient amongst and coherence in the quality infrastructure between the technical regulations, standards, testing and control mechanisms, and market surveillance. As a key enabler to expand the domestic market and along with participations, which is so important in the global value chains and global trade. We already have a very robust and a very well-organized ICT, which could be a major enabler to build a robust quality infrastructure. Recognizing that adoption of technology, innovation, Industry 4.0, which constitutes of artificial intelligence, cyber physical systems, and supporting hardware is the future. It's critical here that interoperability amongst the actors with various heterogeneous systems such as sensors, cyber physical systems, etc., be a part and parcel of this quality infrastructure and how to actually advance ourselves into the future. So effective regulatory framework and common standards based on international best practices is the need of the hour. Market surveillance, I would like to underscore, because it's the scope of the regulatory framework, it's an important element. It also is a tool to ensure safety and quality of products while reducing the burden on the enterprises. Although the market surveillance activities have increased in our country, but focus is more on enforcement rather than being supportive to compliance. A clear policy framework to regulate, enhance and monitor the aspect of surveillance activities would support the quality infrastructure, specifically also if it includes the unregulated products. As we all know, that create a lot of risks in the market. This would also supplement the India brand globally, which we need to grow for whether we are in the domestic area or in the global arena. A clamor for carbon neutrality and circular economy is already gaining ground with the G7. India would need to devise India-specific standards and really look at how these aspects of barriers to trade, which pose the challenges, we can overcome, and not only overcome, but also lead in certain aspects. Complexities, uncertainties, and volatility of the supply chains shall be always in a state of flux. So our regulatory ecosystem must have mechanism for a real-time response to this. One single national accreditation system and oversight on conformity assessment bodies seems to be the order of the day for this. It may really help to set up an overarching national quality policy addressing quality infrastructure and build a review framework, which may also include regulatory impact analysis linked to regular monitoring and evaluation of technical regulations, which have a quick response mechanism to cater to the global opportunities and keep our country competitive in the global markets. Let me also finally make a stress that literally 80% of our economy, and it's so for many of the developing nations, and even the developed nations are dependent on the SMEs and their well-being. A major effort needs to be there to spread the word, not only spread the word, but to make them aware of the global standards and how they can cope up with this. And this needs a very supportive infrastructure. And I can very clearly say that CII, along with ACMA, has been running some excellent programs of cluster programs, which reach out to the SMEs to give them not only be more competitive, but look at how they can look at standards and the aspect of quality to enhance their growth. I think this needs greater support from the government. We have had this support from the MSME Ministry and from the Commerce Ministry, but I think there's a lot of scope in this area. I really want to thank you for the attention and wishing you the very best for the future sessions. Thank you.
So now I would take privilege to invite SG QCI Dr. RP Singh.
Let me first welcome.
As SGQCI is already a very familiar face, he doesn't need much of introduction, but let me give a brief on Sir's profile. Dr. RP Singh is a Secretary General of Quality Council of India, which is an independent organization under DPIIT and the Government of India. He heads the national accreditation body. Thank you, sir. Welcome, sir.
Good morning, everyone. Let me first apologize for getting here late due to my other commitments. And since that was with the MPs, I didn't want to take any chance. But I'm extremely happy that you could find time in this extreme weather conditions to be here with us today for a topic which is extremely important for us and for the nation. You all know that India is aspiring to be a developed country by 2047, and Atmanirbharta is the core policy formulation for achieving that. And who better to guide us towards that than people sitting out here with the former Commerce Secretary, with industry champion like Deep, and my own expertise, which comes in the form of Rajesh and his team of very young and fearless people who are working day and night for bringing in the kind of transformation that we want. Industry dialogues have been few, primarily because we somehow feel that industry, being the important stakeholder in accreditation, would come out on its own. But what has happened over the years is that industry has somehow been out of this dialogue, primarily because they could not find enough reasons to be on the same platform that we are. We have quite a few people from the TIC industry, and they are our arms and our partners in implementing this vision of, as Deep said, the National Quality Mission, which QCI wants to implement in the next 5 years. One of the important things that is happening around in India is, from 2017 we have seen that there are a lot of technical regulations which are coming in. Primarily because India has always been a country which was deficient in technical regulations. A lot of people may not know it, but India was one of the very few countries which went on the path of making technical regulations. And India was also one of the countries which somehow bent over backwards to accommodate the international standards. And that has kind of created an anomaly, in my opinion, because the developed world has always changed the discourse for working or for adopting or for, in fact, creating these standards for developing countries. So they always changed the discourse and created many standards which we see as technical barriers to trade. And why it has happened is because nobody wants India to assert itself. But whether you like it or not, India has started asserting itself, and therefore it has become important that industry bodies should also come forward in creating standards. We must understand that nobody is going to create standards for India or Indian industry. It is India alone which can create its own standards. And why I say it is that there are a lot of innovations which happens in the industry which do not find a mention when India makes its own standards. We always find ways and means to adopt the international standards, and by the time we adopt it, there are many more standards which are built around it in order to get our entry into the global value chains. We have not been getting that equitable treatment that is required for India to grow. And therefore, in my opinion, we must create an ecosystem by which the industry has a role and a say in making their standards. We also need to create a mechanism by which we can avoid shocks. And these shocks we see almost every day in the Indian market. The shocks of maybe fake certification, the shocks of India being dumped with products of inferior quality when better quality products are available in the market. The manufacturers who have gone out of business primarily because they cannot compete with the kind of inferior quality of products and cheap products which are available in the market. And therefore, it is important that there is a very emphatic and very diverse system of market surveillance which is IT based. I know that it is the responsibility of BIS, but we and NABCB needs to play a stellar role in creating that infrastructure through notified bodies. We also have seen that India being a very huge market, there are a lot of Indian private as well as foreign players who are into certification or who are into accreditation. The country needs to think whether we want to go the US way of creating more than one accreditation body in the country and allow everybody a role to play in the accreditation space or in the certification space, or we want to go the EU way, the 765 of 2008, where it is decided that EU will have only one accreditation body per economy. We have seen the effects and consequences of India being triggered by various accreditation bodies, and industry needs to think about it. We need to think about it, and India as a country needs to think about it. We also have, over the past about 6 or 7 years, made very good progress in informing the Indian government and the departments and ministries about how a very stellar role can be played by our TIC industry by creating oversight over the regulations. And many of these regulators have now started recognizing the NABCB accredited bodies as the third party system which can provide oversight over regulations. We need to make it a little more aggressive so that the industry has a very good system of creating ease of doing business. And last but not the least, we need to think about many aspects which will constitute the national quality mission. Some of it I have already elaborated here, and there are many which still needs to be thought about, and we need to in fact put our hearts and minds into this system so that the quality mission becomes a achievable target rather than on the books and on the papers itself. We are getting a lot of support from the government, and as Jakshay might have told you, that he is working very hard in trying to create that ecosystem by which the government starts recognizing the efforts of bodies like NABL, NABCB, NABET, and others in creating this ecosystem. And I'm very happy that the chambers, the industry chambers, and the industry is coming out now in order to assert itself. And I believe with all your effort, we will be a developed country by 2047. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your address to the session. Now, I would like to request Rajiv Kherji, former Commerce Secretary, for his keynote address. I would like to give a glimpse of what he is in overall his career. Mr. Kher is a former Secretary of Department of Commerce, Government of India, and has an experience over 3 decades. He was a member of Competitive Appellate Tribunal and retired as a Commerce Secretary from Government of India. Over to you, sir.
Good morning, distinguished gentlemen on the dais, ladies and gentlemen. It's always a pleasure to talk on subjects which are very dear to me, and therefore, though I had a meeting at 10:30, but I decided that when Rajesh asked me to participate in this discussion, I thought it was useful for me, because it was a great initiative being taken by NABCB in getting the industry on board in this very, I would say, a very forward-looking mission, which I tend to call National Quality Mission. And this is a very important part of this process. Let me also begin by wishing you all a very happy year 2023, and also on the occasion of Makar Sankranti and a series of state-level celebrations. The fact that it has been thought that industry should be on board in an area which is otherwise very often been construed as something which is very technically oriented, very technocentric, by itself shows that that there is a need for creating a multi-stakeholder platform for discussing an issue which maybe 20 years ago could have been considered as a technical issue, but not anymore. And I think we need to recognize the value of that proposition, and I'll explain that. I'm sure you are all very familiar with how the new paradigm is emerging globally in the area of economic growth, and how factors which we would not have thought would play a very significant role have now come to take positions which are extremely impactful for India's future. Most importantly, the world is not of the 1990s and 2010 up to 10. World has changed very significantly in terms of the manner, the pace at which it will grow for the next several years. And therefore, the competitiveness is becoming even a more significant pillar of the global transaction in the area of, in the economic space. Secondly, I think geopolitics has never played a role which it has now come to play, because now it is not simply in couched language that we show our affiliations, but we are openly showing our affiliations. And when I say we, I mean the universe, this global marketplace. And we are clearly showing our affiliations. We'll trade with this, we'll trade with not with that. We will trade in this, we will not trade in that, and so on and so forth. I'm deliberately generic on the subject, but we all understand what it means. And therefore, a lot of our preferences are being driven by the force of this geopolitics. Otherwise, a country which was for almost now a decade or even more, which was speaking against getting on board with regional preferential trade agreements, suddenly took a volte-face and started advocating free trade agreements, and then has again gone on a slight back foot, as I see. And that if you go deeper into it, you will realize, and you are directly connected. It's the standards field which is actually doing that. And then you realize how strong the focus and the force of standards and technical regulations is. For a very long time, and my previous speakers, Dr. Kapuria and Dr. R.P. Singh, very eloquently have spoken about the pathway and the future and how all this will interplay for standards. And I think it is very important to recognize that in India, for a long time, standards, or rather the standards framework, was often considered as a tool for protectionism. It has continued to be so considered. And if the industry got excited about standards, it was not because they wanted to approach a foreign market, but it was because they wanted to protect their own territory. And largely, the manner in which standards have evolved, and when I say standards, please don't confuse them by development of standards, but what I mean is technical regulations, have evolved, clearly shows the acute protectionist bias in the manner in which we have moved forward. Our standards technical regulatory evolution has not been driven by the desire to make our small industry competent, efficient, capable, skilled, provided market access. It has been driven by the need of larger industry or the middle-sized industry to protect its fiefdom. And I'm being blunt in this, and I'm sure you will find substance in what I'm saying. But I think the time has changed. Time has come to turn the story completely upside down for 2 or 3 reasons. Firstly, China was an early mover, and China had mastered the art of financial structuring and human resource engagement for its national economy. And therefore, China at a time in early 2000, or rather 1980s and 90s, moved on the bandwagon of mass exports, where quality did not play a role. I mean, even today, somebody, if you talk to somebody very colloquially, he would say, "Arey, China ka bana hua hai." But please remember that China now makes some of the best products, technologically infused at the highest levels. But what I'm trying to say is that that luxury is no more exists with India. Because you are entering this aspirational field of being a developed country, or being a leader of the developing world, or Atmanirbhar, or whatever you have, at a time when your wages don't compare anywhere near where China's wages were at the time when it was getting into the marketplace, where people were happy with whatever they were receiving in the foreign markets. Now people are discerning, the markets are discerning. They want the best. They want the best because they have access to the vision of seeing the best. Many of us, most of us are traveling abroad, particularly from the middle class, and therefore they are familiar with what is selling outside. They want that in their country. And thirdly, and which I consider very important, that the whole dimension of value creation and value addition has come to be embedded in the psyche of economic marketplace. Now it is intrinsic that if you are not creating value, if you are not adding further value, which is manifested in efficient designs, which is manifested in efficient material use, and consequently the benefit in terms of economic outcomes, because if you use the materials better, more efficiently, if you use better designing, you are creating a greater value in the product. The product is being able to be sold at a higher price, and therefore you are deriving a greater, you are creaming the product returns in a much better way than what perhaps in 1990s China could have done. There is a greater technology available, INT has been spoken about, IT has been spoken about, and now you are venturing into getting into sectors which you would not have dreamt of. For example, defense, where precision is the hallmark, where you are talking of maritime, marine engineering in a very expansive manner, where you are looking at equipping your own navy as much as possible from your own domestic possibilities, where you are talking of the fourth generation of industrial development. So technology is handy to us. And thankfully, we are positioned evolutionarily at a point where we are technologically well endowed. And we have the capacity to get that endowment further enriched. But what is missing is 2 or 3 things. One is we are only now, and perhaps at the level of QCI or maybe some other government institutions, maybe people like us, maybe people like you, recognize the value of standards and technical regulations, but down below it doesn't exist. And therefore, an event like this is extremely important in my view, because you are bringing in a stakeholder community which has anything and everything to do with standards. It has used that standard ecosystem so far for a protectionist purposes, and now it should be using it for an aggressive purpose to go all out. And what's wrong with the consumer? Why should consumer be deprived of good quality products? Why should, because a particular industry wants to protect itself, and because the tariffs are very high and therefore even imports are not possible, therefore the poor consumer is being forced to buy products in India which do not conform anywhere to regional standards or to say of global standards. So therefore, every which way you look at it, there is a logic in our elevating ourselves to higher standards ladder. Now, having said that, I think it is extremely important that this thought percolates down, travels up, and horizontally everywhere. And we recognize that standards should not be used for protectionist purposes, but should be used for finding aggressive markets, should be used for making our small players capable of getting onto that wagon of opportunities, and so on and so forth. I think this is the broad frame within which a national quality mission needs to be housed, which is what Dr. R.P. Singh was talking about, Rajesh has earlier alluded to. I think if you look at this, then the role of industry is extremely important in this process. Now, there are 2 or 3 things which are further happening, and Mr. Kapuria has alluded to them. One is that we have, as a political citizen of this world, have gone ahead and recognized the very important role that India wants to play in the global architecture, whether it is the political architecture reflected in India's desire to take a seat on the Security Council or become an important player in G20 or so on and so forth, or whether to lead, to be number 3 in the economic space globally, or be a responsible global citizen by subscribing to Paris Convention targets, which India has taken for itself, or take a highly ambitious program on renewable energy, or take an extremely technology-oriented industrial development program, get into sectors which I have already spoken about, So it all gels very well if you look at them, that India must look at a technical regulatory framework which belongs to the future and is not simply seen as a handy tool of a protectionist economy. If you have to recognize this, then a national quality mission, which I am sure at some point QCI will bring into discussion, will be extremely important. The quality framework also creates a brand for us. It's very easy to say that India operates at the high technology layers, but I think it is also important that that spirit of technology, that spirit of technical regulations percolates down to every sector, every segment, and some sort of a harmonious treatment of the standards issue is done. It should not restrict itself to a 3-day occasion of standards conclave or a 1-day occasion of industry body meeting. And therefore, the ownership of this quality mission has to necessarily be a national ownership. Everyone has to own it. Because if you don't do it, then I have seen what happens to a foreign trade policy which is not approved by the cabinet, but by only a minister. Then you have a revenues department, a finance ministry, some other ministry which plays its own, I'm not saying the play is not fair, but there are counterplays. And therefore, if you accept that this has to be adequately positioned for a national acceptance and a global positioning of India, then it has to be a national program. Now, the third thing that I wanted to say, and which I had begun to say but I distracted, is about the fact, if you take from the Paris Convention commitments, if you look at India's commitments to a whole lot of global conventions, whether they are in the area of environment, whether they are in the area of human resources, whether they are in the ethical businesses and so on and so forth, we are signatory to most of them, almost all of them. It is only natural that this will all percolate into obligations. And those obligations will be national obligations, which will have to be disaggregated and will have to go down further into various entities, which industry will be necessarily a part of that. And the process has begun. In India, the process has begun a little too late for obvious reasons, because our growth trajectory was relatively affected. And therefore, we need to prepare for this, what is often called a non-trade area. But there is nothing non-trade, there is nothing exclusive trade. Everything has got so intermingled that it will be almost impossible for us to be able to resist when it comes into global platforms, so-called non-trade issues. Particularly when we have shown a definitive political positioning of being responsible citizens globally. And therefore, preparing ourselves for environmental, ethical business, human resource related issues, standards, and this is all standards, mind you. So it's not a distraction. It's all standards. When you are talking of, I'm sure you are aware of the USMCA renegotiated, the US-Mexico-Canada agreement renegotiated, where for the Mexican automobile industry, the wages of less than $16, if they are being paid by an automobile company, cars so produced will not be able to be exported to the US. So that is what it is moving towards. You cannot say anymore that we will not participate in this process, because globally, while the multilateral systems are not working, people are moving forward. And because the global growth has slowed down, therefore, preferential markets are being created to spur up that growth. And if that growth has to be spurred up, and India surely will be affected. We haven't joined large trade agreements. And therefore, whether it is at the regional level or the sub-regional level or extra-regional level, we will have to join these configurations which will have non-trade issues. And therefore, we will have to prepare for them. No wonder that Reserve Bank of India, SEBI, they have all come in with guidelines. Some have come with mandatory regulations. And these regulations in the coming years will expand, will go further deep, obligations will be created, and therefore industry will have to respond to it. It is therefore necessary that we start looking at, from an industrial perspective, from a quality institutions perspective, from different kinds of industry bodies, we start looking at these aspects. Because if not today, maybe 2 years, 3 years down, there are already a whole lot of propositions which are at the WTO's table. We have simply tried to keep them as far away as possible within the limited means that we have. But we cannot do it for too long, because that is directly coming in the way of our ambitions of creating our regional groupings. To begin with, I think it is important that we recognize the sub-regional relevance of India's market. And this is an area where we have unfortunately woefully neglected. Even today, I used to be Joint Secretary South Asia in the year 2006. Exactly the arguments which the Nepalese counterparts used to give are being given even today. That Nepalese products cannot come into India because there is no testing laboratory, because there are no infrastructure, infrastructure availability at the border points, and so on and so forth. And exactly the same points in the other day, I think about a couple of weeks ago, I attended a meeting where the same points came up. If we cannot create a sub-regional market with one set of standards and technical regulatory architecture, our capacity to go all out, unless we adopt categorically international standards, and I see a certain amount of discordance in my perspective and what Dr. R.P. Singh said, we will have to think twice. If you cannot integrate the sub-regional market, it has questions on our political capacities of integrating the area around us, the neighborhood. And therefore, we will have to look at the infrastructure which needs to be created to facilitate imports from the neighbors, and vice versa, for exports from us to them, which in any case is not inhibited because their standards are lesser, there may be no standards, no technical regulations, and therefore it's much easier for us to send anything, and that is reflected in our exports as well. So therefore, I think there are many challenges, and that is why the need for this national quality mission is not just driven by a purely nation or domestic inward-centric perspective. It is meant to position India to a place where technical regulations and standards start guiding our long-term vision and on our positioning in the world. And mind you, this is not simply to look at products and goods, because often in our conversation we tend to focus on products. But increasingly, having become a more service-dominated economy, it is important that it happens here also. Since in services, integration is more feasible because of the IT sector, technology. To a large extent, in some areas where there is IT connectivity and where there is offshoring and global businesses integration, this has happened. But a large segment of industry, service industry, is now nation-centric within the country. And there it is just not happening. You have to just look at the construction sector and realize for yourself how bereft it is of compliance with standards, claiming good standards, positioning yourself as a company which will provide the best of the lot, and so on and so forth. So I think this is a big challenge to our industry, which has to take standards as a step on the ladder to go higher, to go forward, to go outward, and not as a means of stopping somebody from coming to us. This change of mindset, I am sure this huge responsibility lies on the Quality Council of India, which is very uniquely positioned. There is no institution which has this kind of an amalgamation of industry, government, the private sector and the public sector together. And I think you have this unique privilege of being there. And therefore it makes eminent sense that you should be leading this charge. It will make a world of sense if we can actually, over the day when you discuss all of these issues, if you can play out a sort of a step-by-step manner in which you want to take this process forward. You don't have much time. We have to have this by 2024. 2 years is enough. We have to have a structured program. How are we going to equip our small players into acquiring global presence? What kinds of incentivization is necessary? What kind of capacity skill developments are necessary, and so forth? I can go on and on in this sector. I have a prepared text, but I did not speak out of it because this is something which comes naturally to us. This is an area where we need to do a lot. I am very happy that both Mr. Kapuria and Rajesh, they both are completely involved in this process. They are very cognizant of the importance of this area, and the QCI has been very ably supporting them. I think what is important is to create this ecosystem with responsible parts of industry and create a pathway and start moving on it. Seek government support wherever important. In government, if you find there are protectionist quarters, go all out and remove those hazes and those clouds, because you cannot afford to be protectionist for too long. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your keynote address, which is related with the issues and challenges related to the policy framework. Now, I would request Mr. Ajay Sharma for a vote of thanks, and also I would request sir to hand over the thanks with the holy basil tree to all the members in the inaugural session. Thank you very much.
Very good morning to all of you. So we had been listening to oral esteemed dignitaries on and off dais, and it's time for us to thank them for the vision and the guidance they had been perpetually showing on us. We sincerely thank the Chairman QCI for guiding us how to ensure the quality reaches the remotest places and the specific areas where the quality infrastructure can be further enhanced. Our Chairman, NABCB, guided us on integrating the industry inputs into the G20 process, for which we are having the presidency, and to have a national policy on the quality and how we can facilitate the quality infrastructure as a whole. SGQCI is thankful for providing us the guidance on the industry bodies need to have, make their efforts on the regulations and even the standards. Also, he apprised and also stated on the need for having the private accreditation bodies and take a call on that. He also praised the QCI and NABCB for making efforts in sensitizing the government and the regulators for the need and the requirement of the technical regulations and standards. We had been listening to Mr. Rajiv Kher, and we are thankful to him for showing us the path that the National Quality Mission has to be taken for the quality infrastructure to be established and taken forward. We've listened to him on the nuances of the FTAs and how the standards are strongly linked to them, and how the standards can be of real value addition to our MSMEs. We are sincerely thankful to our CEO NABCB for ever guiding us on the quality infrastructure and the accreditation aspects. And last but not the least, the industry bodies, the relevant stakeholders, and we are thankful to our NABCB team for organizing this mega event in a successful manner. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir. And with this, we formally close this first inaugural session. And I would request everybody to join in for a tea break for 10 minutes. And please return back for the first session, which is for the key challenges and issues of the national relevance. Please join back within the 10 minutes. Thank you.
We are running short of time. It got delayed in the beginning, so we'll have a quick tea outside and we'll come back in 10 minutes. Thank you. Sunil?
या मैं चल ही रहा हूँ किसी को साथ भी रहा
Keychain. Ladies and gentlemen, once again a warm welcome to all of you after a small tea break session into the first session of today's meeting. And this session is for the key challenges and the issues of the national industry bodies. This session focuses on the issues and the challenges which is related to the policy framework, quality institutions and the gaps in the existing infrastructure. Mr. Pranav Kumar would be the session moderator, and he is a Vice President and International Trade Policy and Compliance Division of Reliance. And Mr. Anupam Kaul, he will be joining in a couple of minutes. So Mr. Anupam Kaul is this one of the panelists in this session. He is a Strategic Advisor, Quality and Standards, CII. Mr. Sanjay Notani, who is a co-chairman of Quality and the Product Council of ASSOCHAM. Dr. Jatinder Singh, who is Assistant Secretary General, PhD, Chamber of Commerce and Industry. And Mr. Anil Bharadwaj, who is a Secretary General, Federation of Indian Micro and Small Medium Enterprises. So, welcome Anupam ji. So I will now formally hand over this session to Pranav ji as a moderator. Over to you, Pranav ji. Thank you.
So since it's a panel discussion, we can...
Yes, you can take it as the way you want because you are the moderator, please.
Okay. Yeah, thank you very much. And thanks NABCB, Quality Council of India for giving me this opportunity, though I am not an expert on standards, but of course I have been following this when in my previous job at CII I was coordinating this work with Department of Commerce and other standard setting bodies. And in fact, after having a very enriching first session which set the context and of course highlighted all the pressing issues which we have to address in the years to come on standards particularly. So this session is, and this one-day event is very timely. And the fact is that NABCB has reached out to all the chambers, not only Apex chambers, plus state level industry association also. So that is really a very noble initiative because you have to reach out to all the medium and small size players who need our hand-holding in terms of compliance with the standards and all. And when we talk about standards, it's not only for the global market, because the impression over the years has been created that you need quality compliance only when you export to the world. But that's not the case, because it is, your market is also getting integrated. And when foreign companies, MNCs, your large Indian companies, and you have to, if the small and medium enterprises, they have to connect to them, they have to supply their products to them. So you have to comply with the standard, whether you operate in domestic market or you operate in international market. So that's the point number one. Second is that the standards cannot be discriminatory. So once you have standards, it applies to both foreign companies and domestic companies, large, small and all. Third issue is very important, these days many trade agreements which are being negotiated, which are under operation also. So you get preference on tariffs, you don't get preference on standards. So even for instance a continent like Africa, which has duty-free market access all over the world, but they get duty preference, they don't get any preference on standards or quality compliance. So quality compliance is kind of, no country is going to compromise. So if you want to access that market, then you have to comply with that. So in India, over last at least 6-7 years, since 2014, when we started National Standard Conclave, when I was in CII, and the Department of Commerce took that initiative. NABCB was, and Quality Council of India was important partner. My colleague Anupam, who was a very important resource person for that and is still a kind of guru for all of us on standards. So, and he helped in really driving that process forward, and that really achieved a lot. And you saw that Rajiv Kher was the Commerce Secretary at that time, he spoke about that. So what we are witnessing today, that gradually we are moving towards more and more mandatory technical regulation, quality control order, which you are seeing every day. So if that's the path we have chosen, then of course we have to strengthen the institution also, because institution would help in certification and conformity assessment and all, and where the role of NABC is very important. So it is very important for organization like NABCB to reach out to as many stakeholders as possible, and that of course would happen only through the all kinds of industry association, other stakeholders, which they are doing. Before I hand over or invite my panelists to speak, so one important point I would like to highlight, and that's related to trade, because I am a trade person, so that's important for me to highlight. As I said that standard is not only important for international trade, but it's also for domestic companies. But of course, the kind of mission mode which we have adopted, particularly in our exports, and you have seen the last financial year 21-22, we achieved a historical milestone of 400 plus billion, 422 billion exports. So that's kind of very abnormal growth we have achieved, 42-43% in merchandise exports. So every year, of course, you cannot grow at the rate of 40-42%, but of course that growth has to be sustained. Even if you are able to sustain at 10, 12, 15%, that is good enough. And the kind of numbers which we have fixed for our export target, that is $1 trillion of services export, $1 trillion of goods export by 2030. So of course this is one area which we have to focus, and that's why when the last standard conclave which was held, the theme was how we can connect to global value chain and how standards can be a facilitator in connecting to global value chain. Because when we talk about integrating into global production network, there are many issues. You have a supportive trade policy, you have to logistics front, your efficient services, and a standard is equally important, because the large firms who are going to buy intermediate products, components from SMEs, so they have their own standards, and they will, and that has to be complied with. And of course, the global value chain and global production network, that is getting a lot of traction also. And when in the previous session also, inaugural session, you heard about GVCs and G20. In India's presidency of G20 also, we are focusing upon GVCs, how we can make GVCs more inclusive. Because that's the only way where you can, the developing economy, the small economies can connect to the global value chain, and of course increase their share in the world trade. And this initiative has been, and this call has been given by another Prime Minister of India, because when last year he addressed the industry association as well as all the head of nation, he gave the call that is local goes global, district as export hub. So that kind of scale we are looking at in terms of expanding or meeting our export target. We are trying to reach out to state, we are trying to reach out to districts, so that we can have more and more exporters in this network. So all that cannot be possible when we fail on this, our mission on standards and quality. And that can only happen when we have a very vibrant quality infrastructure. So the organization, we can help the small players, the MSMEs, to comply with quality. So I will stop here, and then of course in concluding remarks I'll just flag for a few more issues. So let me first invite my colleague Anupam, who is a veteran of this field, and of course it's always a pleasure to hear his views, and he has helped many industry organizations, government in terms of on quality issues. So over to you. Yeah.
Good morning, and thank you, Quality Council of India, for organizing this session, a very important session, and for inviting me to speak on behalf of CII industry. So, as I think Pranav mentioned, and many of you are aware, so I wear many hats. I've been a quality specialist throughout my life. So sometimes it tends to become a bit difficult wear a particular hat, but today I would like to speak predominantly from the industry perspective and what are the challenges in terms of quality infrastructure, the various pillars of quality infrastructure. So one thing which is, I think, which has come out in the previous session is that standards have become very, very inclusive. They have become very pervasive in our daily lives and in industrial ecosystems, economic ecosystems, and in many ways. So, I mean, if you look at maybe 30 years backwards, standards meant basically only product standards essentially, and that was it. And only those industries were complying with it which actually saw some market presence or market value derived from it, or very few regulations. So BIS had about 20,000 odd standards, and just about 1,000 of them were getting implemented in India. And that was the situation. And then, of course, we must also always remember that when we talk in terms of standards, they are not only always national standards, which BIS publishes or national standard bodies publish. There are a whole lot of industry-led standards, and that is how the value chains move over there. So not that India was unable to comply with some of the value chain standards, but it took time. So it has grown over a period of time. Automobile industry has been quite influential in doing that, in being able to integrate industry-led standard other than the national standards. And then we have also seen the growth of standards beyond products. So now we are talking, of course, in terms of services standards, and Pranav mentioned about the importance of the growing importance of services and exports. And I think very recently, the last quarter data that came, services are almost catching up now with the product exports, so that one-to-one concordance is going to happen. So a lot of thinking going on in terms of service sector standards. And BIS has set up a full division council. I am leading one of the committees there, developing basic standards on services, and 14, 15 sectors have been identified. So a whole lot of work is getting done that. Beyond services, then we also have so much of environmental, of course, has been talked about quite a lot in the morning. So different kinds of standards and different kinds of systems have come up in the world, which are now influencing. Mr. Kher mentioned about non-trade. They have become trade areas now. So particularly with the CBAM, I don't know how many of you are aware. So the cross-border adjustment mechanism of Europe, which is now transporting their internal emission trading system, which is a mandatory system for their own industry to comply to carbon emission norms, is now being effectively exported to all suppliers in the world, including us, of course. So by default, we will have to now comply with the ETS norms in India, although not directly. It will be through, of course, the importers, but they will ensure upon the suppliers from India that we conform to that. And if we don't do that, then there's a price that we are going to pay for that. That's what it's going to be. So that, of course, also drives the implication that India needs to have, as early as possible, ETS program in India. So we are already into carbon markets. I mean, I've been associated with the UNFCCC for the last 12 years. I do assessments under the CDM programs, but that's a voluntary market again. And that is only good at the industry level or project level, where they can derive some value out of the carbon units. But if you look at a global system or a national system, we are still way behind. So many countries have gone ahead and done that. They have developed their own ETS programs. Australia has done it, South Korea has done it, China has done it, many countries have done it. We are still to start on that. So that's very important. And then over and above that, of course, multiple standards on the social schemes and social aspects. So responsible production and child labor and free trade associations and multiple things are all getting into responsible agricultural practices, responsible forestry practices. All of these things have now become part of the standards ecosystem. Some of them are coming through the regulatory mechanism, but a lot of them is also coming up through the voluntary markets and getting more as important or as I would say influential as the market access through the regulatory mechanism. So when we talk in terms of standards, please do not forget that it's not just about technical regulations driven standards, but there are many other consortium driven and buyer driven standards in the globally, which we need to comply. So having said that, now what are the issues that we are facing? Since I am part of the national standards system at the BIS level, one is that we have seen that there is, of course, increasing regulatory oversight, both domestic and international. And therefore, the importance of standards is being felt by everyone, including the standard developers, people who are participating there, of course, industry, and of course, even down the consumers. At the same time, if you look at it, I think Mr. Bhardwaj will speak more about that. Is there awareness at the industry level about the standard development process or what standards are getting developed? I would say it's extremely restricted. That mechanism is not available, not existing. So except for those companies where BIS will send out those letters that this standard is getting developed, they'll be aware, but there is no real mechanism that the larger industrial groups or larger economic practitioners are able to look at what standards are getting developed. It is still an area that we need to work upon. So that's an issue, because when the standard gets developed, then the reaction starts, especially if it is in the mandatory regime. I have seen in so many cases, so there has been a standard existing for 30 years, and when this government regulates it, suddenly everybody rises up to say, "Arey, isme ye bhi likha hua hai." And I have been actually helping industry in resolving issues which have existed for the last 30 years. Very interesting, some of these things. I mean, one of the groups that I worked with, they found that in one of in the standards on a chemical, there was a labeling requirement of poison and inflammable. And suddenly they found this product is going for the pharma industry. How can it be? After 30 years now, because this is under regulatory, so we had to work upon and convince and bring data to convince both BIS and the committee members, it is not a poisonous substance, so please remove this label. It would have just created a bottleneck. It would never have been, there's no integration in JVC then, once you have a label requirement like this. Just to give you an illustrative example. So this is the level of the awareness about the standard that we are having. So it's for industry, for businesses, it is very important. If whatever is our area of work, whether the standard is under voluntary system or mandatory, we must always be aware these are the provisions. Tomorrow we don't know which standard is going to become mandatory. It's like this. Then even in the committees, the participation level is really very, very low. Industry will only come when they actually see an issue which is concerning them locally, immediately, not on a longer term perspective. This is different from what we have seen in the rest of the world. In the developed countries, there is genuine participation in the standard development process by the industry, by the experts. So, which is still lacking in India. And some committees it is there. I mean, since I chair committees, I am a member of many, many committees. I have seen the level of participation that we have. Industry or business does need to get more involved in the standards development process. Again, I mean, for the reason that we have been mentioning about not only mandatory standards, but to become part of the global value chain. And I would also coin a term, the domestic value chain is also equally important. It's just not the global value chain. We are now, we are a large country. The value chain that we are talking about at the global level, I mean, 90% of that resides inside the country. So from one supplier to another, and that's how the value chain, the value increases within the country. So for that also we need to have these standards, and we need to participate on those standards. Okay, then as far as the industry participation in standards is concerned, of course, I mentioned about the participation in the committee, but there has been an initiative by the BIS, and I think it's an extremely important initiative, which was to create the standards cells in industry bodies and in the ministries. So notionally it has been done. Every body has come up, they said, yes, we have formed one, but literally they have not. And there is great value in doing that, in forming an industry cell, not only for developing standards, even for creating mechanisms for response. So the standard getting developed at national level, or there's a WTO notification on a particular standard getting imposed. Where is the mechanism to respond to that? So every industry body therefore needs to have an industry standard cell to be able to articulate positions and to be able to provide information, inputs, and also to create the responses which are absolutely necessary. Okay. As far as conformity assessment is concerned, is it okay? I will just take 5-7 more minutes, or no? Okay. Okay. Some important issues, probably, if you don't mind. Okay.
5 minutes.
Okay, 5 minutes. Right. Okay. Okay. So, because the issues are multiple. So on conformity assessment, what we have in India right now, the most important form of conformity assessment is product certification. What do we have there? A single body, predominantly BIS. It's a BIS monopoly. And over the years, it has gone on. It's such a, I mean, I would say, deficiency in our own system. We have not been able to come out with alternative strong certification brands in India. None of the certification bodies, and so many sitting here today, have been able to come up with a strong product certification brand. Therefore, what the implication is, so industry does not have a choice. And when you don't have a choice, then you are left with dealing with a single body. So again, so BIS is a single body on this. They're well intentioned, I have no doubts about that, but then there are severe handicaps in the amount of services they can deliver and in their ability to resolve the responses. When we started discussion in the Ministry of Commerce on the new regulatory regime 5 years ago, the whole intention was to involve the certification bodies, the accredited certification bodies in this certification program, the conformity assessment backup. Most unfortunately, and Mr. Kher pointed out that we have become so protectionist, it was just went to single body. Even the omnibus regulations like machinery safety has gone to BIS. The intent was to make it much more inclusive and all bodies to be able to participate. So this is an area which actually impacts industry a lot, and we would still prefer and seek from government a wider availability of certification from different bodies so that industry has a choice, and it also means that more services are available and things will certainly become much faster for everyone and simpler for everyone. Another issue that has always come up in discussions like this is the credibility of private certification. So we have the top 10 or 12 bodies in India, and then we have the rest, and there it's always doubtful whether the certificate that they are issuing are really genuine based on proper evaluations or not. So we need therefore a strong system in India, either a self-regulatory mechanism that we have proposed in the Indian National Strategy for Standards, or we'll have to have an alternate government mechanism to be able to control this unscrupulous certifications that is creating a havoc and a mess in the entire country and actually leading to a lots of credibility for the country itself. There was, of course, a move by Quality Council of India to bring a regulation, but unfortunately it focused more on accreditation, and I don't really see the need. Mr. Deep Kapuria mentioned in the morning about a single or a common national accreditation system, but it should not be in a single accreditation body. I think from data, if you see the accredited certification that are happening in India, more than 50% are by foreign accreditation bodies. I'm talking about accreditation certificates being used by industry. So to say that only one body like Europe has that system may not work for India. We have space, we are a much bigger country. We need to have more accreditation bodies in India. But of course, I will fully endorse and say that there should be concordance among them, and they should come together and then offer a single platform for industry, which is quite acceptable. But please do not restrict overseas accreditations from operating in India, because as of now, I can say they are very much in need, in demand, and they actually subscribe to global value chains. We would certainly wish NABCB to become that single operator that will be able to facilitate accreditation across the world. That is still far away. So they can always, of course, have MOU agreements with the foreign accreditation bodies, go on for dual accreditations. That will help. And NABCB should actually work for ensuring that accreditations that in India are helpful in the MRAs, in actually acceptance of products overseas. I mean, as of now, what is really happening, accreditation is only a qualifier. When it comes to product acceptance, the regulator of the other country will certainly come and intervene, and they will want to inspect the product themselves. They will evaluate. The accreditation does not really help so far. It's only a notional qualifier. What we need as an industry, that accreditation should start working. For example, in the US, accreditations are accepted as a form of conformity assessment for regulations. If supposing NABCB and ANAB come together and form an alliance and say that, okay, NABCB accreditations are at par with ANAB, it's a dual accreditation, perhaps Indian products will then be acceptable in the US without further evaluation. So that's a suggestion that probably may work. Then of course, finally on technical regulation, I think a lot has been said, but I would again reiterate what Mr. Kher said in the morning. We started on a very good note. The intent was to catch up with the rest of the world in terms of regulations, technical regulations, so that we have a level playing field. It becomes a good enabler for MRA discussions and FTA discussions. Unfortunately, what has happened, the way we have gone about doing it, it has become a huge distortion. This piece by piece selection, product by product selection that is actually happening is creating a huge havoc, and there's very little actual consultation happening. There is a notional consultation that happens in the ministries. They call a group of people, some people will attend, but the larger industry, the larger MSMEs in particular, just don't get represented. I can give you an example. There's an impending regulation coming up on furniture products. So who were called for discussion? Just the top a few players. Where does the furniture get manufactured in India? 80% is unorganized sector. Unorganized sector, 80%. हमारे आपके घर पे आके बेड बना के चला जाता है. You want that to get certified. How will it happen? So where is the consultation? So these are the kind of regulations that are coming up. We really need to reapply ourselves and look at what the industry really wants and how it can be actually managed. So these are some of the issues that I thought probably I'll flag. One final issue is also that we have been requesting BIS to come up with a scheme for certification of small lots, small consignment that have come, especially for the user industry. We have so many user of steel products, for example. Now there is no certified company overseas. How will those poor fellows be able to get, let's say, 100 kgs of or 500 kgs of steel products from there? There's just no party available. So we have been requesting BIS to come up with a scheme where, you know, when you receive a particular consignment in India, inspect it, and then that certificate should be good enough for the regulatory compliance purposes, rather than only depending on the licensing scheme that they are having at the moment. So that's a very, very important industry needs. Since as a consultant to industry, I have been facing this particular problem on a very, very large basis. Every day, in fact, even yesterday I got somebody's request, can you help? There's a lot getting stuck at customs and we don't know what to do about it. So we need to resolve some of these issues. I think, I think, Pranav, that's where I'll end. I mean, I had many more points to communicate, but time is short. Good, fair, thank you.
No, you are a kind of encyclopedia on a standard, very difficult to just restrict. It's unfair also. So now we have 2 apex chambers and one regional organized and 1 apex chamber for SMSME. So if it's right, if I invite Anil first, and then I will come to you, Sanjay. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon to you all, my distinguished colleagues at DICE. So firstly, I would like to thank and congratulate QCIA and NABCB for taking the lead in this very, very important area. Because when we discuss usually quality, it is one of the aspects of the quality that most of the conferences would be focusing on. Either it would be standards, technical regulation, labs, or human resource related issues. And in that process, sometimes while counting the trees, we miss the woods. So I think this is one of the very few programs that I have attended where we are talking about quality infrastructure as a whole. When we say quality infrastructure, we have to see that, it is a system. And system means that, there are different parts which are equally important, like, digestive system or respiratory system. In a digestive system, even a small component or one organ, no matter how small that is, can play havoc if something goes wrong with that. Similar is the case with quality infrastructure. We might have best of regulations, we might borrow it, copy it. If we don't have labs, it's useless. If we have labs, but if we don't have MRAs with the markets that we are exporting, it is useless. So everything has to fall in place to make it useful. Also, the second important aspect beside the system is that it is dynamic. It is changing continuously. And that's why it demands enormous amount of resources to be deployed, to be in the game, or stay ahead in the game. For example, in European Union alone, 1,500 new standards are coming up every year. Just imagine for a moment. And European Union is almost 1/3 of our export market. Similar is the case with the US also. And not very different is the case, for example, with Japan and China. When in India, for example, you have mentioned about furniture. As a matter of fact, if you look at the quality control orders that we have seen just in 2 months, there are 40 products for which quality control orders have come up, which would require regulations, testings, licensing, and so on and so forth. In this scenario, MSMEs find it difficult to keep up with the challenges, of course. The complexity is further exacerbated because of the multiplicity of standards within India. Even for a simple product like welding electrode, so you have one standard in the BIS, another in the RDSO, another in BEE, BHEL, NTPC, WRI, IBR, EIL, ITES. Everybody would be having its own standard, although we have a BIS standard. And the funny thing is, all these organizations are also sitting in the BIS committee that is setting up the standard. If you want anything specific to be added, you can very well articulate it there, and you can edit within the national standard. But by doing this, what we are doing is we are increasing the cost of compliance enormously. Because in each case, for BIS, first of all, again, licensing, apart from BIS licensing and cost related to it, RDSO has a tremendous lab. Time component in RDSO for getting your product approved usually takes 2 years. Forget everything, continuously follow up work, it will take 2 years. So you can imagine, you know, how much difficulties and complexities we have created within India. Then, if you look at the realms of MSME challenges, Mr. Kaul mentioned about awareness and education, understanding of the standards. But I think the most important is, because of which the lack of awareness comes, is lack of involvement in technical committees, and there is little empathy for issues like cost of testing. You'd be surprised that, you know, for a product like testing like transformers, so we have the best of the lab in the world is in the Netherlands, but we have equally testing capabilities here in India, except for 1 or 2 tests. So now, in this Indian testing lab is, there are 2 labs, as a matter of fact, are set up by Government of India funds. Even then, the cost of testing they have benchmarked against the Netherlands ones, not based on the human resources costs that are available in India, making it almost impossible for Indian small companies to get it registered. So whether you get it tested in the Netherlands or you get it tested in India, the cost is going to be the same. And their logic is, okay, you can send it, then you have to also bear the cost of transport. So I'll come to one important part, that how, for example, China has used this infrastructure as a lever to induce competitiveness in its manufacture, which we have missed the point. Then, of course, there is a need for capacity building of MSMEs, collectives, clusters. You have mentioned about, for example, a very good example of furniture. There are, as a matter of fact, 600 or so industrial clusters that are there in India, which need to be engaged and discussed right from the beginning when, you know, the standards are being developed. While standing here, one important point that I would like to make, both to QCI and NABCB, because of the key position that you hold in India and additional responsibility that you carry, is that India needs to work on war footing on assessing the quality infrastructure gaps that we have. Let's recognize and concede that there are huge amount of gaps that exist, both in our understanding of technical regulations, infrastructure related to it, that is testing labs, human resources, and cost-related aspects. So I think every year I mean, last month we had a conclave. At least a day should be devoted exclusively on this topic, that what are the new gaps that have emerged vis-a-vis our competitors or our competitive nations. And such a study should talk about or benchmark standards, metrology, accreditation, inspection, testing, product certification, system certification, and technical regulation. I know that would be huge. Yeah. Okay, I'll just conclude after 1 minute. Then lastly, one important aspect is on which I would like to comment what in the inaugural session, Kher Saab mentioned about the ownership. In this regard, the quality culture is equally important in India. Let me tell you, almost the size of public procurement in India is almost 1/3 of India's GDP. Different estimates suggest that. So if $3 trillion of Indian economy we are talking about, the public procurement right from the municipal level to the central government level is almost of $1 trillion. And $1 trillion buyer means that they are deciding the quality standards, they are deciding the technical regulation, they are deciding or influencing the kind of infrastructure that we need in India. For MSMEs, it is really equally important, because at least in the central government purchases, 25% set aside is there for MSMEs. So if government really takes its ownership role of spreading quality, they can move very fast because they have such a big lever of $1 trillion in their hands. Secondly, what Mr. Kher also said, that technical regulations so far have been used for protectionist purposes to propagate monopolies and oligopolies. What we need to do now is that how they could be used as a tool for market access. And finally, let me tell you about China. He mentioned about that, how China has mastered the financial architecture of the world and how they have used it for attracting enormous amount of funds for decades. I have been going to China almost twice every year since '94. I have seen the emergence of it from close quarters. One very important aspect that we have missed about China and their joining the global value chain is their readiness and the amount of money they have invested in creating the quality infrastructure. In connecting to global value chain, it was the Taiwanese companies that came with the knowledge and that provided them the wherewithals and the insights that why it is important to develop standards, technical standards, globally acceptable ones, put up testing labs there, do MRAs on war footing, and that led to joining of Chinese companies and Chinese manufacturers to global value chain. We can learn from that. Thank you very much for the time.
So over to you, Sanjay. So we are really hard pressed with the time. So
good afternoon. I think Pranav has taught me like how Monday morning when we stand before the Supreme Court judge, we have only 15 seconds to see whether my case gets admitted, otherwise thrown out. So I'll keep it that short. Interestingly, we are hearing since morning from the inaugural and what Mr. Bharatraj and Mr. Kaul said. I think the writing is very clearly on the wall. I think it's the sector which needs to decide which direction they want to go. We are all only stakeholders to help you to decide whether you want to go vocal to local or local to global. I think it's a sector's call. None of us can help you anything until the sector says, yes, this is our path where we want to go. And I think, therefore, it is important, while the game of tariffs to standards and what we are hearing today from CBAM to forced labors and all these new regulations which are coming, let me be very, very honest, either we can stand up or we can perish. There is no other question left for us. So I think today, it's important as far as when we talk about standards, there are clearly new age standards today which are being built, whether it's EV standards, many consumer electronics, USB-C cables. Some time back we never thought about all these, but today, in the last 1 to 2 years, if you see some of these introduction of these standards very, very clearly show us that we need to stand up, we need to pay very, very clear attention to some of these standards and understand exactly which way we need to go. Now, what are the recipes? While the recipes are very, very simple, if you want to do local, then you can do as much as what you want to do and you can continue the same way for the next 5 years, 10 years, till somebody comes and overtakes your business. The other is, if you really want to sort of chain up, then there are tools of trade. Today, some of us are all experienced trade people here. MRA, one of the most simple ones. I understand Mr. Bharatwaj spoke about China and how China has been able to build, but let me be very honest, like a trade lawyer, I'll say there have been also lots of subsidies in that country which helps them to do this, but it has not helped us. Now, what is the other way for us to help? Nobody is going to give us subsidies. Very, very clearly, we need to build our own stuff. Let's build on MRAs. What is MRA? Today, we saw the India UAE, the way pharma guys got there. If they have already been accredited, if they have already been confirmed by the FDA in America, UAE is not going to ask them again, on all of these. I think it is therefore important to have this stakeholder consultation of also inviting sometimes some of these people. While yes, the boards will decide, India will decide what standards is one, but let's call them, let's understand from them what are they building, so that it shouldn't be that today we take a decade to build and implement, and then there is another decade to meet those standards, because today the way FTAs are being signed, if we do not take this seriously, if we do not take this opportunity seriously of China plus one, India is not going to be there. So it's important for us to, live up to those standards, live up to those things, and, move forward. On the quality infrastructure, I'm as very simple as today India is talking big on PLI. When today India is talking big on PLI, my simple question is, why are we not also introducing all these mandatory standards, which they need to live up not only for India, but for also international, try and put it as part of the condition which government needs to ensure that the sectors are ready for it now, not later. Don't come to us later saying now this is the standard, we do not know, these are the barriers, we do not know. I think when these schemes are being introduced, very, very clearly, there is knowledge available, there is clearly clarity available, exactly what these sectors need to do, and these sectors are meant not only for India, these sectors are meant for exports. So therefore, today if I am going and buying an Apple phone sitting out of Seattle or Washington, I want the same Apple phone which is now happening here in India. So I literally require the same sort of standards, I require the same kind of technology which is being available on that side of the fence. I want it here because that is where it is. And this will then help us to push companies, not like Apple, but many companies to come and start manufacturing here based on standards which are global standards. And I think that is very, very important. And like rightly so, protectionism is important, but it is not an envelope required for all sectors. It could be required for some sectors, but not all sectors. And that is why I think today, whether we take the example of IKEA, why can't we ask IKEA, please adopt some SMEs and MSMEs to build in their standards, to build in their value chain, because ultimately the word is global value chain. And if these guys can sort of tag around, or there are many large companies today in India, we can ask all of them to adopt some of these, because today when you talk about factors such as ESG, one of the S's is to adopt these people, allow them to, build up some of these testings, labs, skill sets as large companies which you can allow them. Please allow them to be, part of that system so that ultimately it's that global value chain which we will live up to. Finally, on the technology, I think whether the labs came first or, testing will come later, whether it's a chicken and egg theory, I do not know. But I think today with India's technology, which we have seen during COVID, we built the best apps. I am saying again, let's sit down with sector champions, let's sit down with some of these IT companies, let us see whether can we use artificial intelligence, can we use some of these blockchains to ensure that we don't need to build so many testing. We have technology today available where we can be sitting here and actually integrating those people in our systems to see how exactly is the system going. So let's use technologies, and technology can only be cheaper and cheaper. It's only one time of cost. But after that, once if we are being able to do that, our human skill sets, our labor skill sets, our testing skill sets may only become shorter and ultimately efficient. Thank you. I would just leave it at that.
Thank you, Sanjay, for taking time. So my next panelist, Dr. Jitendra Singh from PhD's Chamber of Commerce.
Thank you, Pranav. In fact, in the capacity of the time that we have right now, I think I'll be very, very short because most of the things have been all covered by my able panelists. Now, the important thing is, in fact, I was going through the Global Quality Infrastructure Index, wherein in terms of standardization, we're at rank 7th. For accreditation services, we are ranked 9th, and for metrology, we are ranked 19th. So, in fact, this report is somewhat positive from the last years, but I'm sure that a lot of things need to be done in terms of actually making our total quality ecosystem. Now, the point is, when we talk of quality, when we talk of standards, when we talk of the quality culture, most of the things, they are normally at the realm of the top industry, some of the corporate entities or some of the MNCs, or maybe some of the mid-sized companies. But as we percolate down to micro and small industry, I think quality is a very, very missing link, because since we have been working very closely with industry clusters, and many regional quality conclaves have been done in different industry clusters, and one of the things that comes immediately is that particularly the small enterprises, they're totally bereft of this quality culture. So I think a lot of IEC tools are required, particularly in that space, so that we're actually able to create that enabling ecosystem wherein the quality culture becomes a part of the DNA of the enterprise. Now, another important thing, as brought by Mr. Sanjay regarding the PLI. In fact, the very essence of the PLI scheme is basically to make or to basically catapult India as the global manufacturing hub. And what we have seen, in letter and spirit, like whatever PLI was envisaged, I don't think like it will actually carry that traction, because this again, as rightly said, that the quality element or the quality point is a missing link in the entire space. So I think a lot of work needs to be done. For example, like even in tendering process, even in RFPs, what we have seen that there is very little mention about the quality standards and accreditation for the organizations who are basically pitching for those particular RFPs. Now, in terms of these 4 pillars, what we see is as accreditation, the certification, the metrology, as well as the standardization for all quality things. I think a lot of synergy is required in all these 4 pillars. At times we see there are some silos that is actually working in the culture of, even in, not to say honestly speaking, even like in QCI space also. So since we work with most of the boards of QCI, so I think more synergy, more collaborative network is required, so that at the end of the day, the industry, which is basically the last you can say the consumer for quality, that needs to be addressed properly. And in fact, in the morning it was said that we need to cater to remote areas, where we need to actually go to some of the clusters wherein we can actually invoke the spirit of quality and standardization and accreditation and certification. So I think probably, since QCI is one of the nodal bodies for actually creating this enabling infrastructure for quality, I think remote areas and clusters are the things, particularly in tier 2 and tier 3 cities, more of interventions are required. In fact, at PhD Chamber, we are also a program directorate for Startup 20 under G20. And in fact, as a program directorate, we are dealing with many, big wigs of the chairs and co-chairs of different task force and councils, which are made, under the Startup 20. For example, there is a council on inclusion and sustainability, council on finance, council on alliances. So what we see, like in all these discussions, I was surprised there was never a mention of the word quality in entire discussions. We have the likes of Chris Gopalakrishnan, Mr. Vijay Shekhar Sharma, all. We had had a lot of discussions. They are in different phases of discussion. So in fact, at the end of the Startup 20 dialogue, there will be a communique which will be floated, which will be accepted and adopted by all G20 nations. So from this podium, I urge that QCI should make a very, very strong traction, that within the startup space, which are again a very, very vibrant and important part of our economy, I think they need to create a lot of strong traction wherein this quality culture, particularly with respect to standardization, certification, accreditation, they all have some sort of footprints in the final communique that will come out of this Startup 20. So I think considering the paucity of time, I'll just stop here. I wish you all the best, and I am sure that the deliberations of this conference, if it is made in bullet points and sent to all the regulators as well as all important stakeholders, particularly MSMEs and startups, I am sure that this will actually pave a very, very important way for making our India as the Atmanirbhar Bharat. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much. So I just need your advice. Do we have a time for 1 or 2 questions or not?
Yes, we can have 1 or 2 questions, seeing the paucity of time, please.
Okay. So just quickly, if anybody is interested in asking any very pressing question.
We can have 1 or 2 questions, please.
Yeah.
Mr. Sanjay, so one of the important points we said it, Sanjay, that it required a government subsidy or the kind of a multinational adaptation of the MSME as did by China and all that thing. And you straight away said, no, India, it is not possible. So if it is not possible, then we know the problem and we know the solution, but if we are not adapting the solution, then obviously your MSME sectors will go away. So I think it is a hard time. The association like CII, PhD, IPA, we should be talking to the government. It is more of this thing. They need it. They don't have that kind of, neither, first of all, a small businessman, he don't have the time. So they will be always looking for the production. And our system is also getting in such a way that, it's getting the copy paste. There is no interaction. Unfortunately, here also we wanted, there should be more interaction like that one. But yes, please encourage and please proceed in that way. Either subsidy or should be given or MSME should be taking into that one. If you see any solution for that, please.
So I'll just take a minute. See, as whenever we have, represented India in some of these negotiations which happen at the FTA, let me be very honest, by reading a lot of other FTAs, there is always a carve out something for an SME and an MSME which we should start building in our FTA chapters, where then we can ask for a special and a differential treatment with those partner countries, very, very different compared to the most, champion sectors, whichever we are. So as far as an SME and an MSME is concerned, we can ask for a very, very different standard as opposed to the normal standards which the importing country. I think we need to use and understand some of those tools to understand which is this sector, which is this product, and how do we go about it by building those things on the path forward.
Thank you very much, Mr. You raised very well point. Thank you.
So just one more question, and then I'll just very quick one, very quick.
Good morning, sir. This is R.K. Sharma from the DGQE. As we all agree, this particularly in MSME, this quality concept, this is the cultural issue, and we know that our industry is lacking in that. But contrary, there is also a kind of a thought process, like I talk about my organization, the DGQA, because we are into the one who assure the quality. But their approach is then criticized, whereas the role of the DGQA is to assist, to make the industry aware. But in the process, when this awareness, this knowledge is spread to the industry, instead of taking it positively, they are criticized even for, as impediment to their process. It is not taken. So that cultural issue, how it is required to be addressed, that is very, very important. Thank you so much, sir.
That's a kind of suggestion which you have given us. So,
okay, I think we need to finish.
Yeah, so let's. So that will be, of course, recorded in our minutes. And so now I hand over the floor to. Yeah.
So if you have any point to conclude along with the all panelists, so you can. Otherwise, I will request you.
Okay, just 1 minute, 30
please.
seconds I'll take.
Please,
so
please.
there's 3 or 4 very good points which have come. One, of course, now it is almost a kind of there is a consensus that these days quality is not only seen from the perspective of consumer safety. It's a larger goal of sustainable development, which Anupam has also mentioned about the kind of regulation which are coming in EU, CBAM, HRDD. Now there is a new law on deforestation in the EU. So there's a larger, the canvas of a standard is expanding. That is one. Mr. Bhardwaj mentioned a very important point of the lack of involvement on the part of MSME. So they have to involve more. So when you are involved, then of course there is ownership also. That is what we have done in case of Standard Conclave. We have really involved large many stakeholders. You spoke about technology. That is very important. How we can use the technology to facilitate this agenda forward and reach out to the larger constituencies. Mr. Singh and Dr. Singh also spoke about the whole the startup ecosystem that is developing, but of course there has been very little discourse on the standards and all. So I'll stop here and thank all my panelists. So now I'll hand over to.
Yeah, I will request you to say thanks to all the panelists with the basil plant. Pranav ji. To Anil ji first.
Thank you.
To Anupam ji. And now I will request CEO NABCP Rajesh ji to hand over this holy basil tree to Pranav ji. Yeah, please. We'll leave it here. We'll give it to you. So, without any further delay, we will be now moving to the next session, which is key challenges and issues of sector-specific industry bodies. This session discusses the old issues and the challenges at the sectoral level and the opportunities for the Indian industries in overcoming the trade barriers and to comply with the prerequisites to access global market. So for this session, first of all, I would invite Mr. T. Vishwanath, who will be the moderator for this session. Mr. Vishwanath, please welcome. Mr. Vishwanath is a co-founder of We Communicate and principal advisor APJ SLJ Law Offices. The next panelist of this session is Ms. Pallavi Saha. She is a Joint Director, Engineering Export Promotion Council. Welcome, ma'am. And our next panelist, Mr. R.K. Agrawal, he would be joining us today virtually. And he is a president of Bulk Drug Manufacturer Association. The next panelist is Mr. Raju Goyal, who is the Secretary General, Electronics Industries Association of India. Good morning. And the next panelist is Mr. D. Soti Selvan. He is Director General, Indian Chemical Council, ICC. He is also joining today virtually. And Dr. Raghav Jaldi, President, All India Food Processors Association. He is present here. Welcome, sir. He would be joining virtually. Yeah. You come this way. Yeah. So, I would hand over this session to Mr. T. S. Vishwanath. Over to you, Vishwanath ji, for this further discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Sanjay talked about 15 seconds in front of the judge. He got just 15 seconds. I hope I get my 15. In terms of getting across some of the points, I think, which are extremely key in terms of the quality infrastructure. We have over the years, as what was pointed out by Pranav in the earlier session, I think we have talked a lot about quality. We have talked about technical regulations, we have talked about standards, and we have been doing that for quite some while. But one basic thing which we haven't talked about too much is about the infrastructure for that quality. And I would like to actually thank both NABCB and QCI, I think, for putting this sessions together and also checking with industry as to what do they think are the key challenges here. I have a whole host of panelists here, and I don't want to take too much of their time in terms of putting across any of the views that I may have because of the paucity of time that we have. We have the engineering, pharma, electronics, chemical, and processed food sectors here. And I think it would be important to get their views first and understand what do they think are the challenges and issues that they face. So let me start with Ms. Pallavi Saha, who is the Joint Director, Engineering Export Promotion Council, for her views. Thank you.
A very good afternoon and a very warm welcome to all the audience. First of all, I would like to take this opportunity to thank QCI and NABCB for inviting EEPC India to an important platform and for this industry stakeholders discussion. As we, as an engineering...
Before you start, may I just say that we'll have 5 to 7 minutes.
Yeah, I'll take 5 minutes precisely. So, EEPC India is mandated to promote the exports of the engineering goods, and you know, in the engineering goods export was to the tune of 112 billion USD for the year 21-22. The government of India had set a target for us to achieve 107 billion USD. We surpassed the target, and of course for the new financial year 22-23, our export target is to the tune of 128 billion. So we think that you know, the Indian engineering community and the exporting community feels that standards, regulations and conformity assessment, they are very important tools to achieve this target. And therefore, we lay a lot of emphasis on building and creating awareness about these issues among our industry and among our members. So in order to understand a little further, we would like to discuss about how the Indian engineering industry is based. The cluster is largely MSME based. We have a lot of industry players from the MSME sector, and they are highly deorganized, decentralized and deregulated. And therefore there is very low awareness. Some other speakers before me have already spoken about the low awareness about quality certifications and accreditations. They are fighting on day-to-day basis for their survival, and therefore they think that, you know, adherence to quality, conformity, standard, certification is an additional cost to them. We have also started a lot of activities to help the Indian engineering MSMEs to move up the value chain in areas like defense, aerospace, medical devices. All these come under the ambit of EEPC India, and we try to promote and propagate to the MSMEs that there are opportunities for you in these areas also. But of course, you know, we also need to imbibe to them that, of course, quality conformity assessment will be a very important tool if you want to make a niche in this segments. There is a lot of disconnect also among the Indian MSMEs about the local and global standards and regulations. If we see the export destinations of engineering goods, most of our exports are to the US and the EU markets. About 70% of 50 to 60% of our exports are to the advanced markets, and they are guided by a lot of standards and regulations. Even next is the neighboring countries like Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Nepal, etc., which feature in the top export destinations, and there the quality and standards may be a little low, but still they play a major role. Therefore, you know, in EEPC we take a lot of initiatives to create an awareness among the MSMEs on this conformity assessment, quality, accreditation standards, etc. We have been working for I think a last decade or so with QCI and NABCB to create awareness among the industry on these issues. Along with BIS, we have also created a standard cell in EEPC to help the MSMEs to, you know, as a, to pose their queries to us in these fields. We are also working with DOC, and we are promoting to the MSMEs to get their testing and certifications, and we are also partly reimbursing the cost of testing and certifications for the MSMEs, so that it can act as an added bonus to the MSMEs to get their product certified and testified. We are also organizing a specific national standards conclave for the engineering sector, because we thought that, you know, engineering is such a vast sector that we need special emphasis on this sector, and since, you know, we constitute about 25% share in India's total exports, standards conclave particularly for the engineering sector may be helpful to the MSME. Let us see the response. This is our maiden attempt and first attempt, and I hope we can create some awareness among the MSMEs through this. So what are the recommendations? There are a few recommendations which I would like to suggest. We have talked a lot, and the speakers before me have also spoken a lot about the FTA and the trade agreements, which are, being signed by the government with various countries. So whether we can suggest equivalence as an important factor of standards, particularly when the FTAs are being negotiated. So therefore, India should sign mutual recognition agreements which allows for such equivalence. And to ensure the seamless movement of products and services under preferential route, whether quality schedule could also be included as part of the, along with tariff schedule during such negotiations of the trade agreements. The importance of R&D, technology, Industry 4.0 and new technologies has already been emphasized. And there is also a need to enhance the quality of our certification bodies so that and monitor their performance so that there is some sort of credibility to them, and the MSMEs can develop faith to go to these certification bodies for their requirements. So to conclude, I hope that today's session will pass on much information about these important quality infrastructure and tools which the industry needs to adopt. And of course, I would like to hear the views of the other sectoral agencies who are present on the panel today and learn their perspective. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Saha, for keeping to the time, and also, I think your whole idea of a quality schedule along with the tariff schedule, I think is very may I now move to Mr. Arkia, joined us virtually. Over to you, Mr. Over to you, Mr. Agarwal, for your comments on this.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. I would first like to thank the organizers for giving us the opportunity to talk about the quality infrastructure and the challenges ahead. The bulk drug industry is a quality-centric global industry. Everything here is revolves around quality and standards. And nothing can be done without ruffling about the standards and the quality and the procedures and the validations. So in this context, the role of accreditation bodies is very, very important. And I'm personally not much familiar with the working of the NABCB and NABL, but find its presence everywhere in most of the quality documents within the industry and fully understand the importance of such certifications. Both NABCB and NABCL provides the certification to a testing laboratory, and the test results are acceptable across the globe without any dispute. In this context, they carry a huge responsibility towards the authenticity of the results, and all the laboratories certified by them should have the necessary infrastructure and the soft skills to carry out the respective tests to the international standards. Apart from one-time certification, periodic assessment of working of accredited laboratories by certification body is very, very essential. NABL scheme include accreditation of technical competence of testing, calibration, medical testing laboratories, proficiency testing providers, reference material producers. That has mutual recognition arrangement with the Asia Pacific and the international laboratory accreditation bodies. Now, with reference to pharma is a highly regulated industry, and it is driven by the regulatory bodies of various countries. It's an export-driven industry. The products are exported to almost all the countries of the world, almost 200 countries of the world, and the major regulatories have a system of auditing the facilities and certifying them as a USFDA approved, or as a EDQM approved, or as a PMD approved, or as a TG approved facility. they have system to audit the facilities, the system existing in the facilities, and the kind of standards that we are using. And most of the operations, most of the quality operations are audit based. They have a server backup, and all the results produced in the laboratories can be produced after 3 years or at the time of audit. So the industry is highly, transparent and audit driven, and the recognition driven. Under such circumstances, when the regulatory bodies are so proactive and so much taking care of the products, the role of testing laboratories is very, very important, because most of the mid-sized companies, small medium companies are depending on the third party testing facilities because they can't afford to create their own testing facilities, and therefore the authenticity of the third party results is very, very important. I am told by third party laboratories that the accreditation is given for a product, are given product specifically. In this regard, I would like to bring something that laboratory cannot be given a product specific accreditation, because the testing facilities are same. By and large, the testing facilities for most of the products, 90% facilities are common and 10% may differ from product to product. So if a X laboratory has got testing specialization in one product, it will also have testing specialization in the other product. So I think the accreditation has to be broad-based. It cannot be restricted to a one particular product, because in that case the testing laboratory will confine itself to accrediting the results of only for that particular product. What about the other product? For each and every product out of 700 odd products, you cannot create testing laboratories specific to each product separately. So I think time has come where we must broad-base our accreditation based on the mode of testing rather than product specific. That registration has to be the operation specific. Similarly, when we do ISO audit, it should be more of a system driven. What kind of systems company is using? What is the mindset of the company? What is the kind of how the company is doing its operations? So I think the audits, the ISO audits, has to be system driven rather than product specific about the product, because for the product the company is the brand leader. For company knows more about the product about anybody else. I think the accreditation body must focus on what kind of systems the company is focusing and what is the scope of making a mistake and how the mistake can be prevented, because this is a zero mistake industry, that the mistake created at one point cannot be created to the end product. It has to be caught within the system. So I think with these few words, I would like to close my talk about that audit should be more system driven and should be more focused on the soft capability of the unit, and we must gear up ourselves for the next generation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Agarwal. Thank you for your thing. May I now move to Mr. Raju Goel, who's Secretary General, Electronic Industries Association of India, ELSINA.
Yes, please. Yes. Good afternoon, everybody. May I speak from here?
Yes, please. Yes, please. Yeah, that's better.
I don't really have a presentation or anything.
Sure,
so,
sure.
Though I wish I had a presentation because the subject is very complicated. But let me try to do whatever justice I can in 5 minutes. Because we have a very broad forum here, we've got people from different industries. I would firstly just like to just say that the industry that I represent, my association is a 55-year-old body, and we basically represent the electronics manufacturing community of the country. We started as a component industry association, but now we represent the entire value chain of manufacturers. So with that brief introduction, we are facing a very complex situation, because our industry is very complex, and it is, you know, changing and growing very rapidly. Also, the technology is, it's kind of, I mean, you know, evolving and growing, and, you know, new things are happening every day. I'm sure you all may have, you know, read today somewhere on the internet about, you know, the 3 nanometer chip, which is now being, you know, manufactured by Samsung and by TSMC for Apple mobile phones. So, I mean, that is, of course, you know, the very, very high cutting edge, but there is a lot going on, you know, across the spectrum. And now we have electronics, which is now, you know, touching all parts of our life, you know, all you know, sectors or segments, and, you know. So one thing is that, you know, the quality infrastructure, we need it because it is, you know, very important for our, you know, competitiveness, you know, for, you know, the testing requirements that we have. Because I was going through a study last night, because this thing I had to, you know, prepare yesterday, was that, for example, you know, 44% of the firms had to conduct, you know, duplication of testing, you know, just because they had to meet, you know, some foreign requirements. You know, similarly, you know, 68% of the firms say that they are not able to access, you know, global markets because of the lack of testing facilities or lack of, you know, the rationalization of the certifications which are required. So these are the kind of issues which, you know, industry faces, and the quality infrastructure becomes important because of that. So we need to, I mean, you know, this is required for so many issues, and I'm sure it has been discussed by, you know, other speakers, you know, in the other segments, because it's all common to most other segments. I will very briefly mention, you know, I mean, I don't know how many of us are here from the electronics, you know, domain, but we have a very large number of standards that we have to follow. One is that there are, you know, global standards. So standards like, you have, you know, UL, which is, you know, the Underwriters Laboratory, which is a US standard basically, but it is accepted almost, you know, all across the globe. This is for safety, you know, performance, etc. And it is something, I mean, it's a very costly standard, you know, to comply with. Because each time, you know, you get a test done for one product, you know, for a single time, it costs in, you know, many lakhs. It can be anywhere from 2, 3, 4, 5 lakhs or even more. So similarly, we have got CE, which is, you know, the European standard for safety. So if you want to export anything to Europe, you have to follow this standard. Also, you know, there are other standards, like there is, you know, the Canadian standards, and there is, you know, the FCC, which is another US standards for, you know, communications, which involves, you know, EMC testing, which is the electromechanical compatibility. Now, these things are important because, you know, if we see where we are sitting, you know, this is electronics, you know, this is electronics, our, you know, mobiles are electronics, our lights are electronics. So, I mean, everything is, you know, kind of, you know, interfering with the other. So that is why, you know, EMC and all have become very important. So, I mean, I can go on. There are many, you know, standards like this, but these are the main ones that we have to follow. Then there are standards for, you know, for storage devices, for memories, etc. So the only point I'm trying to make is that it's a very complex maze that we have to go through to, you know, to achieve, I mean, you know, approvals and, you know, compatibility with the global market. The third is, you know, the ISO family, which is, of course, you know, the basic family, and there are some, you know, higher levels. I mean, ISO 9001 is almost like an entry level thing today. So I was going through the various, you know, ISO standards. So after that, we have what you call the TL 9000. You know, there is the ISO 9001, then you have the TL 9000, which is the next level after, you know, 9001, which is basically required for all the communication products. Then we have the, you know, the American National Standards and the ESD, you know, the electrostatic discharge. So these are very, very basic. Then you have ISO 14001, which I'm sure most of you know. That is common to, I think, across the industry. So, I mean, if you look at all of these, then, you know, it is something where in some cases we have the infrastructure here, but for the global standards, we don't have the infrastructure. So we have to very often go, you know, abroad to get our, you know, products tested, and it's very, very costly. And last but not the least is, of course, you know, the CCC, which is, you know, the China standard, which is more of, you know, a non-tariff barrier. It's extremely difficult to comply with it, and you actually have to, you know, get a team from the, you know, from, you know, China to come to your plant and to do the inspection, you know, before they give you the approvals. And I think it's still all in Chinese, so you have to do the, you know. So I mean, I'm just trying to say that it's, you know, it's like a non-tariff barrier that we have to face. I mean, very briefly, if I would like to, suggest a few recommendations or, solutions. So one is that we have been, we've been standard takers and not makers. So we are, for example, we are following the IEC standards. I mean, all our BIS standards are based on the IEC, which is the, International Technical Commission. So they, we follow their standards. But we are not makers of standards. So I think we have been a little, behind in the whole, quality game globally. Now I think there is a lot more happening. So we need to, get our standards. I would say, showcase them more. See what all we are doing. Like we have, BIS, we have, NABL, then we have our environmental protection standards. So I think we need to, create more awareness about them. I don't think we have enough, awareness. And of course, we should also, set up more labs. There are very few labs in India. For electronics, we have largely, we are dependent on the STQC labs, which are the ERTL labs. So based on all these issues, I would say that a lot more needs to be done. And lastly, I would like to also suggest that I think, QCI is a very highly respected body today. I think they have done an excellent job. And they need to do more, and they can do more with the associations. So, I would like that, such forums are created more, sector-wise. Because, if you cover so many sectors in one forum, then it becomes a little, theoretical and very, dispersed and not very focused. So I think that would be more useful. I would like to close here because I think we are very, very short of time. Maybe one quality which we need to follow is to follow time. That may be the first thing to start with.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Goel, for keeping to time and talking about quality.
Thank you.
I'll now move to the next speaker who's speaking virtually, who is, I think, Mr. Selvam. Mr. Selvam, over to you for your address, please. And if you could kindly keep it to 5 to 7 minutes. Mr. Goel says that's a part of the quality regime we need to follow.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon. Respected dignitaries, session moderator, fellow panelists and delegates. I'm immensely pleased to participate in this industry bodies meeting on quality infrastructure and to share specifically on the issues and challenges at the sectoral level for the chemical and petrochemical industry which I represent. Today's deliberation is very appropriate in the present context when all of you know that the chemical industry is witnessing brilliant growth opportunities. Tailwinds such as the rising disposable income, volatility in supply chain, urbanization, shift in consumer preferences to healthier and environment-friendly options, and China Plus One could fuel this increase in demand. I don't know how many of you are aware, the contribution of chemical and petrochemical industry to the Indian manufacturing GDP is quite significant. See, we all know that 15% is the manufacturing GDP in India, and if you really take the size of the chemical and petrochemical industry, the contribution of this sector is huge. The industry is valued at $220 billion at this point of time and is growing very rapidly. India's overall chemical market is estimated to be 290 to 310 billion by 2027 and is expected to touch a figure of 1 trillion by 2040. Before I speak on the specific issues, let me spend a few minutes on Indian Chemical Council, which I represent. As you may be aware, this is a very old association, council established in 1938 and is the apex national body dedicated to the growth and promotion of the chemical and petrochemical industry in India. ICC is the focal point of contact for the Department of Chemicals and Petrochemicals, Government of India, in matters related to Indian chemical and petrochemical industry in the formation of various policies and standards. The governments both at the center and the state and various national and international agencies work very closely with ICC. There are nearly 500 member companies which include the major petrochemical and feedstock producers such as Reliance and Indian Oil and all the leading large and medium chemical and petrochemical industries in India. In fact, ICC represents close to about 80% of the Indian chemical and petrochemical industry. For the benefit of the participants here, I would like to inform that ICC is the only full member of International Council of Chemical Associations and is represented in the board and associations roundtable of ICCA. And the ICCA secretariat members are actively associated in the various leadership groups of ICC, such as Chemical Policy and Health, Responsible Care, energy and climate change, and plastics. Now, we are working with the government at the center and states on important issues such as infrastructure, ease of doing business, regulations, taxes, FTAs, talent and upskilling, safety and standards, sustainability and feedstock management. In fact, last week only we submitted a detailed report to the Secretary DCPC on these areas and the intervention which we require from the Government of India. While these enablers require a very detailed discussion, I would like to stick to a few key issues concerning the chemical and petrochemical industry. Because the chemical industry need to grow in a very responsible manner. That's very important. Like any other industry, chemical, is considered to be little hazardous, and the perception need to change. So I'd like to touch upon 5 broad areas. One is the Indian chemicals management safety rules. Second is on the globalized harmonized system. Third on the BIS for chemicals, which has gathered a lot of momentum. Fourthly on the responsible care, which is a global initiative and its complementary role to quality assurance. And finally on the NICEGLO, which is an initiative of ICC and the major Indian and multinational companies. Now, let me first talk about the chemicals, that is Indian chemicals management and safety rules. We all know that there is a REACH regulation in EU. Similar REACH regulations are there in many parts of the countries. Countries that have implemented REACH-like regulations since 2008 are China, South Korea, Taiwan, Turkey, Australia, United Kingdom. Advanced nations like US, Japan and Canada have already implemented REACH-like regulations, and these are being updated at very regular intervals. Other countries, even countries like Vietnam, Thailand, Philippines, Malaysia, Russia and other central nations, Colombia, Chile, like this, the list goes on, have also initiated the implementation of REACH-like regulations. In most cases, these are expected to be implemented by 2025. With such regulations being implemented in most large chemical economies, all exports from India, this is a very important point, all exports from India are implicated with the compliance requirements of such regulations. But no such regulation exists in India, and this is resulting in dumping of unregulated substances into the Indian market via imports. This impacts the competitiveness of Indian manufacturers and the exporters. This also implies that the local manufacturing of such substances become non-competitive against imports of such substances into India. So with this intent, the Department of Chemicals and Petrochemicals and the Ministry of Commerce had prepared a draft regulation, rules within the provisions of the Environmental Protection Act, and was circulated in the early 2019 to the industry for its comments. And since then there have been many cycles for updation based on industry responses, meeting regulatory objectives and stakeholder expectations. The chemical industry is hoping for the announcement of Indian chemicals management and safety rules very soon. We are expecting.
Selvam, I'm sorry, I'll have to give you only another 2 to 3 minutes. I'm under pressure to finish the session as quickly as possible, and I have one more speaker to offer this thing. I'm sorry for that.
Okay, so I don't want to elaborate in detail. What I wanted to touch upon is on the globally harmonized system of classification and labeling of chemicals, which I feel has to be introduced in India. And there are several advantages which I don't think will have the time for me to explain at this point of time. So BIS for chemicals, I thought I should say a few words on this. Now this has gathered a lot of momentum. In fact, recently 58 chemicals have been announced for in BIS, and more number of chemicals to be added. This exercise should be extended with due consultation with stakeholders. The fourth point which I wanted to talk about is the Responsible Care Initiative. ICC is the nodal agency in India propagating the principle of responsible care, which is practiced all over the world, including US, Europe, China, and Japan. Now, the interesting thing is the responsible care not only covers the environment, health, safety, and security, it also complements many of the quality assurance standards as well. So we feel RC should be mandated in this country for all the chemical industries in India. The last point, because of the paucity of time, I am not describing in detail. NICEGLO is a recent initiative. In fact, it has been perfected now. So this is the initiative for the logistics sector, where chemical companies, logistics service providers, disaster management authorities, emergency responders, and industry institutions are brought together for fulfillment of responsible care objective. It's an appeal to the policymakers to make the responsible care and the NICEGLO mandatory as part of the regulatory initiatives, which will go a long way in protecting the environment, health, safety, security, and quality standards. and in ensuring conformity to product, as I said, quality standards in India. So these are some of the points which I thought I should bring out in this forum. These are the points around the quality infrastructure of the chemical industry. I extend warm felicitations to the organizers, and I am confident that the sessions during the conference will facilitate an open dialogue between organizations, government, and various stakeholders. Thank you so much. I thought I've completed in time. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Selvam, and sorry to all the panelists for cutting them short, but I'm unfortunately short of time, and that's the reason I'm doing this. I'll now turn to Dr. Raghav Jadli for his address, who's the president of the All India Food Processors Association.
Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, Mr. Raju said, so whatever here it is the electronic, and just to continue on that one, why we are here is because of the food. So it's on everyday thing, you know.
No,
and
thing is
between Mr. Vishwanath,
food processing.
Yeah, from the food processing. So let me, make the things. And the problem is that you said is about the quality, or time is the quality at the moment, but the kind of the time is given, it's becoming for me like quality compromise. So good afternoon, everyone. And again, I'm just taking the inputs from everyone. So whatever everybody is saying that, everything revolves around. But Madam is here, and everything in the food industry is revolve around specification, standard, regulatory. I have a whole list. I made many points, and there are, you talk about the HACCP, you talk about the FSSC, you talk about the microbiology, you talk about the pesticide residue, you talk about the EIA, you talk about the microbiology. Like, it is so hell of the pressure for everything. So the food operators, who are here, they do it very well. As well, there is environmental concern, we have to, when you're in a food processing industry, you have to go through, air pollution, water pollution, solid waste, plastic waste management, biomedical waste, hazardous waste, groundwater. Again, the water is so, without that the food industry is you cannot run a food industry with that one. Well, the way the new amendments are coming up, every day, on everyday basis, whether it is, from FSSAI or from the regulatory bodies, sometimes we feel, doing the slogan of ease of doing business has become more of just for the heck of the word, and really there is a need to understand, particularly in this segment of the small, medium industry. And yes, Rajivji in the morning section, he said about, there is EU standard, there is US FDA standard, there is Saudi SFDA standard, there is a JAS, there is a organic. You see the kind of the regulation standard we have to maintain. Sometimes it really, and apart from this, there is a regular buyer's audit. The buyers comes, they feel it, and then it is a final. So there are the marketing regulation, and it is very important for the Indian government or for the corporate to have a hand-to-hand kind of the approach with the MSME industry. Otherwise, MSME industry really cannot go it, and it's neat. And for that one also, I request, the QCI to have a kind of the adaptation or the kind of the accreditation. The association have the power, to give the kind of the accreditation so that these burdens can be minimized. So this is my recommendation. And yes, last but not the least, India is the largest exporter of the basmati rice. So we in the export also outshine. India is the largest exporter of the mango pulp. India is the largest exporter of the jerkins. And all the international standards are being implemented and so this is also a myth that, the Indian standards are not being, the Indian product is not of the high standard. Well, I thank you, QCI, for inviting me. I am Dr. Raghav Jadli, the president of All India Food Processor Association, which is the longest, pre-independent 78-year-old association. And as Raju was saying, again, we'll take his word, this kind of interaction, I think, is very, very important. And if they are more of the industry specification, that will give the more productivity and more result oriented. But yes, once again, thank you QCI and ABB and all the members. Thank you for the panelists to learn a lot today, and look forward to have this kind of a more interactive session. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Jadli. Thank you, everybody. Actually, there are quite a few interesting points which has come up in terms of where we are, and I would request Mr. Maheshwari to kind of, I'm sure he would have taken note of many of those issues. They range from, the fact that there is, from you're talking about a quality infrastructure, I think the expense in terms of what is now most companies are facing, especially the MSME, which was brought out by quite a few people. The second is the multiplicity of, different standards, which is even prevalent in India, I understand, which was new to me, frankly, in terms of knowing that there are multiplicity of standards even within India. The need for looking at the quality infrastructure from an MRA perspective. What is it that needs to be done to bring about greater MRAs? MRAs are one of the most difficult in any FTA. And what is the kind of infrastructure we need to look at it? And I think one thing which I hope Rajesh will seriously look at is give far more time to sectoral associations and for others to kind of come back to you with far more recommendations than what we have managed to put together. Thank you everybody. Thank you all the panelists for your time, and thank you QCI and NABCB, and thank you especially Rajesh for inviting me here and for this session. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Vishwanath ji, for completing all the session in task and time, even though we have maintained the quality in this session. Thank you everybody for your patience hearing. And now I would request Vishwanath ji to hand over this token of thanks to all the panelists.
Sure.
Yeah. To Dr. Raghav.
Dr. Vishwanath made up the session inside. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
To Madam Pallavi, Joint Director EEPC. Thank you, ma'am. And to Mr. Goel. Thank you. Now we request CEO NABCB to hand over token of respect and thanks to Mr. Vishwanath.
Thanks to all the panelists.
So thank you to all the panelists.
And I fully agree that we should have sectoral discussions. Yes. But it was a kind of a kick-off meeting inviting all the industry bodies. I have not seen in my last 10 years.
Not at all.
All industry bodies are called at one place. So it's at least we know and interact each other, and definitely now you know us, we will engage on one basis and sectoral basis.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
No. Come. Thank you. Thank you very much. And
So,
thank you to both the panelists who are virtual.
Yes, thank you. Thank you to Selvanji and Mr. Agrawal who has joined virtually. So now I'll request everybody to join us for lunch. It will be for 20 minutes, so I would request everybody to take 20 minutes break for the lunch, and please come back to join us for the last and the final session, session 3. Thank you.
Sir, I'm really sorry. I forgot my password. I'll send you a message.
Yeah, please.
inspection activity has to be expanded, we turn to NABCB for support. NABCB accredits inspection agencies which can do factory inspection. We identified 5 NABCB accredited inspection agencies, and they are doing factory inspection for us. And this has been a great help, because till recently we were able to cover only 30 to 40% of the licenses, but after these NABCB accredited agencies have been engaged, we are able to do 100% inspection. So this is an important contribution that NABCB is making.
Oil and gas is an industry which is highly hazardous in nature, which is risky. PNGRB has developed many technical and safety regulations. To support this, the NABCB accredited agencies, they are impaneled by PNGRB to check the compliance of these regulations. This very effective mechanism of PNGRB, NABCB, industry has worked very well, and today we have more than 30 inspection bodies which has been accredited by NABCB.
NABCB accreditation minimizes the risk of fake, unauthentic or fraudulent certifications. The NABCB logo on the certificates provided by the conformity assessment bodies ensures that they are duly accredited as per international standards. Apart from being a strong differentiator for businesses, NABCB accreditation is an endorsement of their superior quality practices and communicates their commitment to excellence while facilitating a culture of consumer protection and confidence.
Each one of you wants your children to lead a better quality of life. Among the most important preconditions for that is top quality infrastructure.
QCI and NABCB support the nation's goal of Naya Bharat, Atmanirbhar Bharat.
The quality of the products and services that you consume directly impacts your health and well-being and is a key deciding factor while taking a buying decision. Planning to buy your dream house or vehicle or packaged food or the latest clothing? How about the fuel that powers your vehicle or the machineries that make your life simpler or medical devices that are used to diagnose and treat diseases? The key considerations while purchasing or using these products or services are safety, quality and performance. With millions of brands vying for your attention, how can you be sure of their quality and reliability? The certification inspections and testing conducted against the benchmark standards by conformity assessment bodies gives us that confidence. However, there is a need for an independent, internationally recognized national accreditation body to determine and validate the technical competency, impartiality and integrity of such conformity assessment bodies. That's where the National Accreditation Board for Certification Bodies, or NABCB, plays an extremely important role as a national body in India by accrediting the various conformity assessment bodies. NABCB is one of the constituent boards of the Quality Council of India, QCI, the apex body for accreditation and quality promotion in India.
We are going to have $1 trillion worth of exports and that the quality of life for every citizen will be improved. So if you take such a broad view of quality, that is what we are trying to do. At the end of the day, we are trying to help the economy grow and trying to improve the quality of life for every individual citizen of India. We are helping on every single front which is required so that overall quality can be improved and a quality consciousness can seep into every citizen and every manufacturer and every service provider.
NABCB plays a very important role because it attests the competence of those organizations who do certification, who do inspections, a very important role is being played by NABCB as well as Quality Council of India in establishing the public perception about quality in the products, services and processes.
NABCB provides accreditation to certification, inspection and validation and verification bodies after assessing their competence in almost all critical domains. This includes confidence and credibility regarding the conformity assessment bodies in the minds of the general population. Its relationship with various stakeholders is based on key elements like competence-based assessments, impartial and transparent process, and international recognition of accreditation.
Accreditation is the prime and essential pillar of the quality ecosystem. Accreditation assures competence and impartiality in the certification and inspection bodies. When we consume products or services in the market space, it's accreditation which assures its compliance with standards and technical regulations. Thus, both regulators and industry rely heavily on NABCB accreditation. Accreditation is an essential enabler for government initiatives to build Brand India by promoting zero defect and zero effect. It further has a major impact on both Make in India and Atmanirbhar Bharat.
Getting certified by NABCB accredited certification bodies for quality management systems is one of the best investments that any organization can make.
NABCB established its first accreditation scheme for the management system certification in the year 2000, and since then has been adding various accreditation schemes within the management systems and in other areas relating to certification of products, persons, inspection and validation and verification. Today, NABCB is the leading accreditation body in the world and is relied on by the government, regulators and the industry across sectors within the country. NABCB is a member of international bodies on accreditation such as the International Accreditation Forum IAF, the International Laboratory Accreditation Corporation ILAC and the Asia Pacific Accreditation Corporation APAC, and is signatory to their multilateral recognition arrangements, which facilitates international equivalence and acceptance of certificates and reports issued under NABCB accreditation.
NABCB's accreditation to certification bodies for medical devices quality management systems is recognized by CDSCO, the drug regulator in India, and has facilitated the certification of world-class manufacturing facilities for medical devices in India.
NABCB has a great role to play and great connection with the CDSCO because it accreditates the certifying bodies, and these certifying bodies we rely on for the regulation of Class A and Class B medical devices. The certification or inspection done by them are relied upon by the CDSCO for the quality management system of the medical devices and for the quality, safety and performance of the medical devices. At the core of everything is a patient, a consumer. If patient gets the access to affordable medical product through these kinds of activities by NABCB, I think that's a good system. NABCB is an integral part of a quality system which we are trying to build for quality medical devices in our country. This collaboration of NABCB and CDSCO, it will really boost the sector to make India self-reliant, Atmanirbhar Bharat.
Besides accrediting certification bodies for QMS and MDQMS, NABCB also provides accreditation to QMS bodies for certification of educational organizations. NABCB provides accreditation to occupational health and safety management systems certification bodies, thereby supporting the implementation of best practices related to occupational health and safety in the industry. NABCB lays down stringent accreditation criteria for certification of food safety management systems, ISO 22000, to ensure food safety and quality in the food supply chain.
The Food Safety and Standards Authority of India was set up to ensure safe and wholesome food for the entire country. Given the fact that India has about 5 million registered food businesses, it is indeed a very huge task to ensure good hygienic practices. We have been partnering with NABCB to set up third-party auditing agencies, and we have granted legal recognition to them. NABCB accredited bodies have the technical competence, they have the resources and a robust quality management system to carry out good third-party audits, and have provided immense support to FSSAI.
NABCB also provides accreditation to energy and environmental management systems that enables businesses of all sizes to make their operations sustainable and environment friendly. NABCB's accreditation to certification bodies in the fields of information security, information technology services, and trustworthy digital repository management systems enables businesses to benefit from digitalization while safeguarding their digital infrastructure and data security. NABCB accredited inspection bodies play a key role in conducting credible inspections across the industry sectors and assuring regulatory compliance in key sectors like oil and gas, food, defense, construction, etc. NABCB accredited product certification bodies provide certification for schemes as diverse as Good Agricultural Practices, Global GAP, INGAP, Electrical Product Safety and Ready-Mix Concrete Plant Certification Scheme to ensure that the materials and practices adhere to the highest quality standards globally. To certify competency and skills of personnel, NABCB provides accreditation to bodies for certification of project management professionals, NDT personnel, welders, traditional community healthcare providers, crane operators, yoga professionals, and many more. NABCB has secured international equivalence accreditation schemes for various management systems, product certification, personnel certification, inspections, and validation and verification. This has opened up the international markets for Indian products, services and skills and has facilitated their export. NABCB accreditation enables businesses to demonstrate compliance with the regulatory standards, thereby enabling regulators to reduce oversight and inspection visits.
When BIS decided that its factory inspection
just confirm whether it is changed or not. So for this session, first of all, I would like to invite Mr. Mrityunjay Kumar, who is Additional Director, Federation of Indian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, FICCI. Welcome, sir. And then I would invite Mr. Pathik S. Patwari. He will be joining virtually and he is President, Gujarat Chamber of Commerce and Industry. I welcome you. Then Dr. Sanjeev Layak, he is Executive Secretary, World Association of Small and Medium Enterprise, WASME. Welcome you. Then Mr. Avik Roy, he is a Secretary, Bharat Chamber of Commerce, BCC. He will be also joining us virtually. And last but not the least, Mr. Anil Bhatia, who is the Executive Member, Haryana Chamber of Commerce and Industry at CCI. Welcome you. So this specific session is for the key challenges, which aims to discuss the issues of the state-specific industries and their challenges pertaining to the existing framework of quality within the country. Further, it also focuses on the concern of SMEs and regional bodies related to the elements of quality infrastructure, which includes metrology, standards, accreditation, and conformity assessment. Over to you, Mrityunjay ji. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks a lot and welcome back. Good afternoon, everybody. So we have two challenges to face. Of course, post-lunch session, attendance as well as post-lunch session is always difficult. Second is also in terms of, because the sessions are not mutually exclusive, so many other things that has already been talked about. So we'll see that how we don't want to create a kind of boring discussions. We'll see that how we can slightly differentiate in terms of highlighting and focus on the specific agenda which says that quality and issues and challenges in the space of the quality infrastructure ecosystem. So these are the things, the topic that is given to us, and we'll stick to that. And of course, we'll highlight challenges from the perspective of SMEs and the Regional Industries Association. So once again, to all my fellow panelists, good afternoon to all of you, and welcome to this session. We have two persons joining virtually, Mr. Pratik S. Patwari and Mr. Avik Roy. I hope you can listen to us. Welcome for the session. And just as I said, we'll try to differentiate. So for a change, I will start with sharing one slide. Although, as I said, many of the things are already been captured, but still just to revisit and as a refreshment, you can look at those issues and challenges that from the perspective of the quality infrastructure ecosystem in the country, because we'll stick to that, and of course then I'll invite my other fellow panelists to add to this, contribute to this. So to start with, may I Okay, I did the animation by the way, but anyway, I think don't have slide changer, right? So many of the things that we have already discussed, I just wanted to flag some of those issues from the perspective of the issues and challenges from the quality infrastructure ecosystem in the country. Starting with the standardization, we need to harmonize Indian standard with the international standards. A lot been talked about already. Somebody mentioned that about 1,500 standards is being developed in European countries annually. I was going through some statistics, and in India, I think more than 5,000 standards are already been harmonized to the international standard. But looking at the rate they are going, we need to actually expedite the process. And definitely, there a lot more needs to be done. But at the same time, when we are developing the standards, we are forgetting to include the Indian context. When we are harmonizing our Indian standard with the international standard, we need to look at how we can harmonize with the Indian context. Or even at the international level, the participation that Indian representative who are participating in this standard development process, what we need to bring in the the element of, because India is mostly the SME-driven economy. And from that context point of view, and if you compare yourself with the European countries, like they are enforcing issues like use of renewable sources for energy, right? There are issues like social inclusion, which is not included. There, for us, jobs are also important. Green jobs that we create in the Indian ecosystem, that is also important. So those are the things that is not being highlighted in the international level, and we need to be putting out points more vehemently to include that at a international level. Amongst the SMEs, the awareness level is, of course, the awareness in terms of the implementation benefits, that is also very, very low, because most of the SMEs who are going for this standards, they are implementing that because it's a demand from the customer side, or maybe because there are compliance requirements, right? But without realizing the benefit of the implementing the standards in a spirit, because ultimately it leads to the quality productivity improvement and cost reduction. So that is something that they are not very active. Of course, SMEs need to come forward and to raise those issues, challenges. Somebody already discussed about it, that they need to come forward and participate in the standard development process. Many a times for the compliance also, the status in SMEs especially, I will say, are dependent on the consultants. We really rely on the consultants, and we hire a consultant to help us comply with those requirements and get the certification. So that is something that we need to change, because they need to appreciate that entire process and how it is going to help the improving the productivity. That is something needs to be understood. And of course, as we move forward, nowadays, if you talk about anything, any standard, any sector, without including the element of sustainability and cross-cultural aspects, it is very difficult to harmonize with the international norms. So the sustainability part that we need to know, most of the sectors, wherever we are developing a standard, we need to include those elements. So that is from the standardization point of view. Second is the conformity assessment and accreditation point of view. Of course, the one thing that India as a country is lacking in terms of the QI infrastructure is concerned is the testing infrastructure in the country is very, very poor. Right, so we still struggle. We have initially we have only national labs available, but now we have some private labs also available, like TUV, TUV SUD, TUV Rinland, TUV Intertech, and UL. They are some of the international players who are active in this space. But still, the accessibility and the affordability, if you talk about the SMEs and the regional chambers or the state level associations, from that perspective, it's still a challenge. It's not easily, it's not affordable to them. It's a cost to them. As I said, and third point I wanted to highlight was the assessment of CBs and IBs are compromised, because ultimately still we are getting organizations certified, and the quality of those certifications are actually not meeting the intent behind is still questionable. International ABS is already highlighted that apart from NABCB, we have other international accreditation bodies who are functional in our country, and they are also kind of taking a good market share. And somehow the quality of this certification is not controlled. So as I said, the ROI on the certification is not as certain. And of course, people have already discussed about this impartiality of the process and mutual recognition agreement that we need to get into. Anupam talked about how we can get into the MRAs, the NABCB, and American National Accreditation Body. They can get into understanding where they start recognizing accreditation from each other. And that will definitely benefit the market. So these are the perspective from the conformity assessment and accreditation perspective. From the technical regulations, of course, it has been catching up in last 2-3 years. Definitely there is some increase, and a lot of development has happened, but still the penetration is low. And we can't handle those, those quality control orders are important. But at the same time, we need to be sensitive to the Indian SMEs, because I will again, as I said, I will focus on more on the SMEs challenges. So recently, I think many of you have already read this, the toy industry story that there was a raid from the government, and the quality control orders are not being implemented, and Hamleys and all those manufacturer Reliance, which has taken over recently, the Hamleys and all that is being raided. So it's okay that the companies like Reliance can still afford, but SMEs who are working in this space they will have challenges. So we need to be sensitive. We need to educate them it is actually coming, and we need to take them along to let them survive in the process, right? And here industry association or maybe Export Promotion Council can play an effective role. They can come out with a customized module which can be implemented and which can be shared, and they can they will be better placed to comply with those QCOs. The fourth aspect that I wanted to highlight is the market surveillance. Process need to be institutionalized. Again, there are a lot of initiative. So far, surveillance, when we talk about in India, it's more from the certification perspective. BIS was the one which has started this. But enforcement is really not effective. So surveillance from the enforcement perspective is also very important. In case, again, to introduce all those elements, as I said, we need to do a risk evaluation properly. We need to do a risk-based impact analysis to see that how and what pace it can be introduced without impacting the SMEs and in the market, right? So they need to be looked into. And finally is the metrology, because what I feel is that we always talk about inequality, that unless something that you can't measure cannot be improved. And we in FICCI have been doing programs on 17025, and there is a requirement for measurement uncertainty. What I find was there is lack of skill sets on the subject in the country. People do not understand how effectively, because there is a lot of development has happened, lot of modern methods have been recognized and being followed across the globe. But in India, still the understanding is very, very poor. We still are following the traditional method of measurement uncertainty when it comes to any sectors. So that is something that the entire stakeholders, all group of multiple stakeholders that is involved in this process, they need to look into, right? So and results are, as I said, compromised. So one thing, maybe something on the measurement framework, if at all at a QCI level, if we start promoting that as a subject, because realizing what data is important, what needs to be analyzed, how we can identify improvement initiative. Believe me, I am working with SMEs quite regularly, and what we have seen that the understanding and the improvement that it can bring to the overall entire system, that is very, very poor. They don't realize, and since they are not collecting data, they don't know what needs to be collected. So the measurement and of course the taking advantage to the measurement process is still bleak. So from that perspective, these are some of the pointers that we wanted to highlight from the perspective of the quality infrastructure. And with that, I'll take a stop here, and probably I'll invite my fellow colleagues. Maybe I'll just share the names. Okay, sorry. So I'll invite Dr. Sanjeev Laik to share his thoughts. You can remove this slide.
Thank you, Mrityunjay ji, and thank you NABCB at the Quality Council and team for inviting me to share my thoughts on the key challenges and issues of the SMEs. So whenever we are just talking about the SMEs, we have been already talking about SMEs are the backbone of our economy and many countries' economy. They contribute 32% to the GDP, 50% to exports, and generating 70 to 80% of the employment, and 45% to industrial output and all. Employment, 42 million, potential employment, 1 million job every year, products, more than 8,000 quality products, domestic and the international. But they have been neglected for a longer period of time. So you need to understand what are the key issues in the quality framework. We have, the government is already fostering so many schemes to empower them in the quality framework. Quality Council of India, they are the pioneer in supporting SMEs with various types of frameworks like zero effect, I think some program, total quality management, Six Sigma approach and other techniques are already there. The most important challenges are the lack of knowledge, as Mrityunjay has already highlighted the facts that lack of challenges lack of knowledge and limited resource availability. And whatever the resources are available, they are not understood by the SMEs. So whenever we are just talking about the SMEs, they are the 99%, 1% Ambani, Adani and Reliance we are just talking about. The thing is that this 1%, this 99%, they are the backbone we have been already talking about, but the 1% they are dominated over this 99%, but they are the key drivers in their value chain. Whenever we are just talking about the lack of resources are there. They are in English language, very technical languages, and they are not understood by these SMEs. Even if you see this India, very cultural diversity are there. If you talk about the South Indian SMEs and the North Indian SMEs, there is a huge difference. So we need to first understand the types of resources available in the market, and that you have to make them understood about the processes of the quality certification, standardization, metrology, and inspection and other things. This is very, very important. If you stick to, our government has already initiated various types of schemes and the languages across various technical programs also. Medical is already been launched in Hindi language. So why don't we have a training module? This is very, very important to make them understood about the processes of the certification, inspection, testing, standardization and other things, metrology and all these things. So this is very, very important. You need to have the toolkits in the regional language, local language, so that they can better understand the process, they can comply with the process. As far as quality is concerned, 60% of the SMEs, they are aware of the quality, but 40% is still they do not know. So this is the another challenge you need to have. And whenever we are just talking about the SMEs, they do not have that kind of knowledge and the process of the research and survey. They do not comply with the feedback process of the customer. Those who are complying with the feedback, customer voice is very, very important. As I was just talking to Mrityunjay during the lunch time, that sustainability is the key to drive growth. That is very, very important. Those SMEs who are relying on the customer voice, they are growing, others are just dying. And this COVID has already disrupted our life as well as the businesses, and 1/3 of the SMEs already vanished in this COVID. So if you want to sustain in this process, you have to adopt the quality management tools and barriers behind this implementation, quality initiatives, basics and advanced, critical services factors. Whenever we are just talking about the critical services factors like project with a small team, management, involvement and control, these are the challenges in the SME segment. Communication, cultural change, team members with great motivation, they do lack project management skills, frequent feedback and communication. The most important part is the documentation, right kind of documentation. They do not know how to comply with the documentation process. That is also very, very important. And the high cost of training is also one of the most challenging in the SME segment. So they do not afford to have that high cost of training programs. So that's why they get rid of that kind of quality certifications and all these things. So what is the solution? The solution is very, very important. The need-based training is very, very important. Low cost of training involving IITs, IIMs and other excellent institutions. They can have the outreach program. They can have a regular training program so that they can better understand the quality certification process. That is very, very important. And the new product development, innovation, technology. Technology is very, very important to mitigate this kind of challenges which the MSMEs are facing. So this is very, very important. And government policy makers, they coordinate, they can coordinate with the senior management of SMEs and focus on developing training program to enhance employee skills and thus prepare the organization to adopt quality initiatives such as TQM, Six Sigma, Lean, Zero Defect, which will enable them to compete locally and globally. If you have any kind of thing, we will take on all the questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sanjeev. Thank you for bringing that need for bringing resources available in the regional languages, and of course also talking about the aspect of sustainability to be embedded in the standard and the certification processes. With that, I'll move to our next panelist who has joined us virtually, Mr. Pratik S. Patwari, President, Gujarat Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Sir, I hope you can hear us, and your time, you can share your thoughts with us, and time available to you is about 5 to 7 minutes. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone. I thank NABCB, NABL, and Quality Council of India.
You are not audible. You're not audible. Yeah.
Hello. Am I audible?
Yes, yes. Now you are.
Great. Thank you. I thank NABCB, NABL, and Quality Council of India for this initiative. Traditionally, India has been a quality-driven economy. For us, quality was always an optional thing. And when we say in the coming days, we have to be quality as well as quantity-focused country. Zero defect is a must now. I mean, we cannot say that we can survive a market which
Pratik, I'm not sure if you can hear us. Seems that we have lost you.
Technical issue from their side, I think. Now come.
I think there is some connection error.
Yeah.
Is it visible?
Yes, it is.
Okay, great. Can you go to the next slide, please?
But it's lateral.
So, okay. So, representing India, and we are majorly, as my colleague said, we are MSME-driven economy. And Gujarat, which basically houses more than 40% of the country's MSMEs, we face some challenges which are much visible to the entire country. When we say quality standards, of course, they influence a lot to the economic growth. The rapid economic growth outlines the best practices. What happens is with the MSMEs, if we keep changing the technology, the qualitative norms, it becomes very difficult for them to catch up. So we need to standardize and harmonize these norms. When we say about growth, yes, we do understand that with the COP26 and COP27, Honorable Prime Minister has clearly envisioned that we need to be carbon neutral by 2070, and we need to be more than 50% of our energy would be from renewable sources by 2030. In such areas, our growth has to be sustainable, our quality policies will have to be sustainable, and the role of international standard bodies will become even more important. What we, as I earlier said, that what we are currently facing challenges, there are various norms. There is something that a state law norm is different from the national norms, and that which is much different from the international norms. So harmonizing all these norms will give greater choice of product, better safety, and will definitely give good products at a much competitive rates. Of course, as a state industry body, we do come across various challenges, but we have been happy that Government of Gujarat has been implementing various certification programs which subsidizes the certification cost. So I would request other states that they should absorb this idea from the Government of Gujarat and start promoting quality certifications in the respective states. The other major challenge, as my colleague said, that it comes under availability of good laboratories in the state. Many a times that we need to move from one state to other state to get the product tested or for the quality checks, which takes a lot of time, which also takes a lot of finance involved. Rather, there has to be a centralized policy where there are, as we have one district, one product concept by the government. Based on those products, should have those specific labs in these states, so that the testing happens right there and the movement of the goods does not have to take place. We have been incentivizing production. We come up with PLI schemes for increasing in quantity, but those PLI schemes now need to be linked with quality also, so that we not only produce products which are globally accepted, but they are globally quality certified. During the COVID times, we had seen that the supply chain infrastructure plays a major role. We have products that would have different shell lives. I would cite an example of a fruit. We just came across, we are discussing with the chambers in Japan, and they do get mangoes from India, but they are routed to some other country. The reason they said is that Japanese are acquainted to having just one mango available off the shelf. Indian exporters are not willing to give anything which is less than 4 per pack. And what also Japan requires is a cut product, ready to eat product. Small thing, further value addition in our product, and we'll be able to give them a single product in a basket or a product cut to their requirement. This is something which can easily do, but somehow we are restraining ourselves. We need to encourage our SMEs, our exporters to adopt these standards. This will pave way for larger exports, larger value addition to their products. And if some other country which is importing from India and is doing it and then selling into a different market, I think we definitely have that edge and we should build on it. When we are talking about startups today, we see that since 2017, we have more than 70,000 registered startups with DPIIT in last 5 to 6 years. They also face a lot of challenges when it comes to quality. First, the startups are on an initial phase are always cash strapped, and if they have been burdened further with different stringent quality norms by the various organizations, it would even make more difficulties for them to grow. To see that startups can participate in various government procurements, we need to liberalize these policies for startups. In experience, criteria has to be made more softer for the startups so that they get promoted and they can participate in various government requirements. So by not killing the startups in an early stage, we are creating an ecosystem that will be quality conscious in future. We are giving them an edge today that they could at least create their base and then start addressing the quality markets. There is a lot of variation in interpreting the various standards in quality. So I would request the government that whichever standards are not in force, I think they should come out with a GR and obsolete them, so that there is no misnomer in addressing the certification. There should be only one clear policy for a particular quality certification, so that will make work much simpler for the industries and the trade bodies. At the same time, would avoid undue interaction with the government organizations and the industries. I would also like to focus on the cost of global certifications. Often these certifications are now used as trade barriers, what we have come to know. Time and again, upgrading or changing your requirements on the global standards is more seen as a trade barrier rather than a quality certification. A time-bound intervention by industries and industry to industry and government to government would ease this burden for the industries. We'll have a better focus on what to supply and avoid such trade barriers being created, so that Indian exporters are not have to face some difficulties in at the same time they get more opportunities to export, larger markets to cover, and such should be definitely such moves by the international community should be completely rejected by the government. Many times it's found that once the goods land to a particular country, there are different technical faults being raised. And this faults basically create a pressure on the industry to cut down their price and deliver this cargo. So we need time-bound involvement by the government, that such policy should not be encouraged, and seamless move of goods happen. E-com is taking over our supplies now, and it also needs to be regulated. We often see that when it comes to quality, the e-com platforms do not confirm whether the quality would be appropriate or not. But this should not be the case. I think if a buyer is going through an e-com platform and is buying a good, he should be assured that what he is buying is of the quality what is assured. A duplication is not an onus of the buyer, but it should be the onus of the e-com platform to take care so that the consumer is not cheated on these lines. So there has to be a lot of clarity that would be required for promoting e-com in coming days. And a lot of, I think such kind of seminars what are happening today should be encouraged, so that there are more penetration of the quality norms. As I started with, MSMEs play a big role, and we need to create a quality infrastructure so that MSMEs are empowered to have
Prateek, sorry to interrupt.
certificate. Yeah.
Prateek, sorry to interrupt because of the time constraint. I will request you to conclude in.
I'll wind up.
1 minute. Yeah.
Sure. So we need to come up with common and cooperative quality infrastructure. Like India is known to cooperative societies, which has paid a good wave in the dairy and the agri sector. Similar thing has to be needed in the quality infrastructure, where on a cooperative basis, if infrastructure is created, that will benefit an industry to a large extent. With this, I would like to conclude. Thank you for giving this opportunity to Gujarat Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Prateek. Thank you for highlighting some of the important points, including that the lack of specialized testing facilities in the country. That is one of the important aspects that I think QCI with other stakeholders need to look into. With that, I move to the next speaker. May I now request Mr. Anil Bhatia, Executive Member, Haryana Chamber of Commerce and Industry, to share his thoughts.
Okay, very good afternoon to all. See, I represent Haryana Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and on behalf of HCCI, I thank you once again to NPC and giving this opportunity to share a few issues which we discussed internally also through MS team, because as far as HCCI is concerned, the state president, Mr. Rajneesh Garg, is there. So we had discussions with Rajneesh Garg on MS team as well as with other 8 district chapter heads are there. So everybody was informed even about today's QI meet which is going to be held here. And then because I am placed at Gurgaon, so I was asked that to go and represent HCCI with certain issues which was discussed mutually. इस सेशन को देखने से ऐसा लगता है दिस इज मोर नाउ ऑन MSMEs focused because in our HCCI also there are more than 1,000 members are there और जितने भी हैं उसमें से most of them belong to MSME sector. So the issues which we are going to share with you or the expectations which we are having in front of you, that is all again pertaining to that MSME sector. As far as HCCI is concerned, there are 8 chapters in districts of Haryana and total more than 1,000 members are there, all belonging to mostly MSME sector, including in remote areas. And as far as issues are concerned, challenges are concerned, see 3 things we wanted to highlight. Number 1 was the quality of personnel which is available for recruitment to them at the MSME sector, especially from the quality of people which is coming from the schools, from the colleges. It is not meeting the requirement in sense from the academic time. If quality gets imbibed in their mind, in their culture, आज क्या है कि हरियाणा के गांव में तो आज भी छोरा पास हो गया बहुत है. सर दीज आर द हकीकत ऑफ द ग्राउंड. आई एम टेलिंग इट टू यू कि जो हमारे रिमोट एरियाज में इंडस्ट्रीज हैं, दोज आर नॉट हैविंग ए क्वालिटी कॉन्शियस इन देयर माइंड. वो डिसिप्लिन जो आना चाहिए वो नहीं है माइंड में हमारे, और जुगाड़ू काम करने में नंबर 1. बट इवन इफ वी take out our school or colleges education, if we think that no, we have to come out with good first class marks instead of just going through that my son or my daughter is passed, not like that, but that quality gets imbibed in the mind right from the school time itself, right from the college time itself. Please note that we are not talking here about the technical skill part, because the question pertaining to the labs or the standards in the colleges which are there, those are separate things. It is just the quality mindset which is there in the people which are available for recruitment that lacks. तो अगर हमें कोशिश एकेडमिक सेशन से हम कर दें, हम अपने देश को अपने अपने जहां से हमारी उपज पैदा हो रही है वहीं पर ही हम अटैक करें, तो आई थिंक इट विल बी डेफिनेटली ए ग्रेट फोकस विच विल ब्रिंग क्वालिटी इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर इन आवर कंट्री. दैट वाज द पॉइंट नंबर 1. एज फार एज पॉइंट नंबर 2 इज कंसर्न्ड, सर दिस इज पर्टेनिंग टू क्वालिटी ऑफ सर्विसेज विच इज कमिंग फ्रॉम द गवर्नमेंट ऑफिशियल्स. अजय सर, जो गवर्नमेंट ऑफिशियल्स के पास हमारे MSME जाते हैं, सी इट इज ओनली द रोल ऑफ इंस्पेक्टर्स दे डू प्ले, वेयर एज रिक्वायर्ड इज दे मस्ट बी कमिंग आउट सम हैंड होल्डिंग टाइप थिंग. So that type of facilitation which is there from the government officials to our MSME sector, I think it is a need of the hour. वो अब कैसे कर रही हैं? It may be कि हम कोई पोर्टल में अपना गाइडेंस डॉक्यूमेंट बना दें. We should be very simple, and our friends were also telling that maybe in the local language that can be shared with them. So that type of thing I think is the dire need of our MSME sector, especially to the industries which are there in the remote areas, or especially at the people who are there at micro level or small level, how they have to groomed up further. I think these things are too much there, maybe with respect to regulatory compliance, maybe with respect to some approval. कोई बिजली का sanction लेना होता है तो उसी में इतने चक्कर लग जाते हैं कि बंदे की ऐसी की तैसी हो जाए और पैर दुखने लग जाए. यानी कि so much facilitation is required in the terms of hand holding by the government officials. I think that mindset need to be focused and changed. And third is, sir, quality certifications की भीड़ है मार्केट में. My MSMEs, they are getting confused कि किस certifying body के पास जाएं. जबकि हम उनको समझाते हैं, कहते हैं कि जितनी भी आपकी सर्टिफिकेशन बॉडीज हैं, दोज मस्ट कम इनटू द IAF प्रोटोकॉल, इंटरनेशनल एक्रेडिटेशन फोरम प्रोटोकॉल। और अगर उसके पास IAF प्रोटोकॉल में अंदर या कोई NABCB का एक्रेडिटेशन नहीं है या कोई और एक्रेडिटेशन नहीं है, तो आप उनको बाहर से ही राम राम कर दीजिएगा, डू नॉट इंटर देम। बट समटाइम दे आर ऑल्सो अंडर प्रेशर, किसी का टेंडर जाना तो उसने 10,000 में सर्टिफिकेट लेना। दीज प्रैक्टिसेस आर क्रिएटिंग ए हेल इन आवर इंडस्ट्री दैट हैज टू बी स्टॉप्ड बाय सम मीन्स, बाय सम regulations, by putting some force by QCI. I don't know how it is to be done, but it is creating a mess in the industry. So those type of things are there. Promotion of JED, which is very good effort by Government of India, launched by our Shri Narendra Modi ji, and exhibition part also taken care by NABCB very well. Zero defect, zero effect, but people are again confused. They come and do ask in our meetings also, sir मुझे ISO 9001 लेना या JED लेना, कहाँ जाऊँ मैं? तो मुझे तो एक्सपोर्ट करनी, वो मांगते हैं सर ISO 9000 सर्टिफिकेट, तो मैं क्या करूं सर? जेड मेरा वहाँ एप्लीकेबल होगा, एक्सेप्टेबल होगा, सो दैट ग्लोबली रिकॉग्निशन इज वेरी मच एसेंशियल इन आवर इंडस्ट्री. So in addition to that, the JED promotion, it has to be accepted at the global level, so that 9,000, 14,000, 45,000, 50,000, whatever standard we take, those are all getting covered up in a very beautiful, our domestic Indian made standard. It has to be percolated down the line. I am been facilitating in the MSME sector as a trainer or as a facilitator. आज अगर 100 बंदे बुलाएं MSME सेक्टर के, तो 25-30 बंदा आता सुनने के लिए कि जेड क्या स्कीम है, जबकि so many incentives are also there. But I think still more focus need to be by Ministry of MSME, and more focus need to be required, so that that standard of JED that gets percolated down the line in our micro level, and they get encouraged with this. So these are the three issues I think we wanted to share on behalf of HCCI, and with this I convey my sincere thanks once again to give this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Bhatia. I think you have touched upon some pertinent points. Quality mindset is definitely one, because that is the one, because I think the taste of, we say that taste of pudding lies in eating, and that is where we need to attack, because maybe at the academic level, if you look at how we can change the mindset of the people in terms of looking at the quality of services and the products are concerned, we will be, half of the problem will be resolved. Second, you also mentioned about shifting from the inspector Raj to the, why can't the regulatory bodies can take the role of the facilitator. We have seen changes in income tax, custom excise, what they were 10 years before and what they are now. It's more of citizen friendly. There are Aikar Suvidha Kendras available, and we have seen that how user friendly it is to fill up our income tax. So why can't that can happen? That is again an important point. And of course, when we are introducing any new system and like JED scheme, then we need to see that how it is harmonized with the international requirement, because that's the fact that if somebody is looking for 9,000 compliance, and if you are JED certified and it is not meeting the norms, then you have to go for the double certification. So thanks a lot for sharing the thoughts. With that, I will move to the last speaker, but not the least, Mr. Avik Roy, Secretary, Bharat Chamber of Commerce, who has joined us virtually. Over to you, Mr. Avik Roy. And you have 5 to 7 minutes to share your thoughts.
Thank you, Mr. Kumar. Thank you for this kind gesture. At the outset, Bharat Chamber of Commerce thank Quality Council of India and NABCB for this particular opportunity and a continuous process in promoting their endeavors to create a quality awareness. Being the last speaker of this particular event, a one-day conclave kind of a thing, I think this morning we have consumer law. But nowadays, supply creates its own demand. That economic theory has changed a little bit. Now it's a consumer-driven product. We need to understand what the consumers are talking about. So today in 2023, 2 years back or 1.5 years back after COVID, we need to understand what the economy and the total products is talking about. We're trying to become a Atmanirbhar or export oriented. At the same time, our home market, our indigenous market, become more quality conscious. That's the positive thing. Since morning we have understood some common facts: unavailability of trained manpower, poor lab facilities, poor infrastructure, cost, slow administration, consultants, and all these things are their issues. But there are some positive things. What are the positive things? The positive things is that in the post-COVID era, yes, we are become more conscious. We are become more and more towards sustainable development. Pandemic was a true quality control failure phenomenon. It is accepted. So now our story is the governance. How to govern our own ideas, where we are today, and we are planning for this. Participation from the SMEs, yes, they are participating. They understood that what is the requirement. A concession oriented, yes, they agreed. They have to be in the same boat. Accountability to some extent. Transparency, that's a big question, because we do not have international standardizations, proper format, and also a misguiding data. In this regard, I just wanted to take care of two industry. One is the textiles, and the other is toy that Mr. Kumar was referring about in his opening remarks. Toy is an opportunity for us, but cotton, being a textile and export related things, we need to follow the international standard. So we need more and more awareness, not only awareness. There are mills, there are, in the cotton sector, there are areas we are getting products without still name and GST numbers. So these are the minimum things, and then the other controls are there. So we need to more be vigilant in this particular area. We should be. This is another area. I'm from Bengal. So sweet is one of the basic things. Gur, Rasgulla, all these things. Yesterday we had a Makar Sankranti, and we are moving towards the Uttarayan, that's the north, moving towards north. So, and better things should be there. The sweet industry in West Bengal and in each state, there is, in every gully you can find out a sweet shop. But most of the things in West Bengal, I can assure that now people are trying to become more quality conscious. In the last session, FSSAI, the AIPA chairman talking about the FSSAI. Yes, we are the partner of the FSSAI when trying to promote in the railways that each rights, that should be the right thing. So the common things is going on. We should be continuing with all these things. The another problem is that, take an example, plastic industry. Here we are talking about lot of things, lot of BIS standards and other standards and qualities. But the issue is that some are following and some are not. So they are honestly following and trying to develop. But who are not following, they are getting same price or they are disturbing the other business. So the distortion is another issue. Follow the rule of the law and how the law should be properly implemented, that is also an important area. In our state, West Bengal, I can assure that people are quality conscious. They are trying to do this. But at the same time, we feel that the chambers of commerce should be more empowered, should be given more responsibilities so that we can promote the things in more penetrative way. Not in a different body, but as a common platform. Thank you so much. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Abik. Thanks for sharing that, highlighting that supply chain issue, because Vicky also handles a program for for the entrepreneurs in the country, and we work closely with Germany. Yesterday I was talking to a German counterpart, and they are saying that they are also coming with some new guidelines. So anybody who wants to work with the German counterpart, they have to comply with those supply chain requirement of the German companies. So that's a new norm that is coming, and probably within a year or so that will be introduced. So what I'm trying to highlight is that, of course, these are international laws, but at the same time, we need to be quite mindful of all these things. It's all, somebody may say that it is more of a protectionism, but ultimately, it's all business-driven decisions, and you can't ignore to be part of it. You also highlight about the toy and textile industry, and definitely when we talk about any Indian products to be exported in the toy and textile definitely has potential. And but then if we are not talking about the sustainable products, it will be difficult for us to gain market share. So with that, I think we come to the conclusion. We come to the end of the session. If I don't know whether the time permits or not, but for the question and answer,
we can take one or two questions from the floor, if anybody have any question.
Okay, everybody is kind of, we have discussed enough. It's like repetitive. I will just put my closing comments, maybe half a minute. So some of the points that we have highlighted is the need for harmonizing the Indian standard with the international standard. And when we are saying harmonizing with the international standard, of course, we need to expedite our pace. And while doing so, we also need to consider the Indian context in mind. Because SMEs in India are operating in different conditions. Something like the use of, somebody has given example of the use of renewable energy resources by 2030. I don't know whether the infrastructure in country allows us to do that. So we need to protect the interest of Indian industry. Second point is, of course, the poor testing infrastructure in the country that needs to be looked at. And that way, it's not only limiting our economic development, but also competitiveness. So that is something that definitely we need to look at. We are also promoting Make in India as a program. So whether we wanted to have Make in India for India or Make in India for the globe. So that is where also the harmonization with the international norms is important. Then only your product will be expected in the international market. My colleagues have highlighted the issues in terms of the lack of resources at SMEs level, because they need to be supported with not only the knowledge sharing, but also in terms of understanding and implementing that systems in a better way. They need to appreciate that ultimately the quality things will be implementation of this certification or implementation of the quality standards will lead to productivity improvement and cost reduction. It's not a cost. But then they need to reach to that stage. So far it is driven by customer, it is driven by compliance market. Of course, the last point he mentioned about, I think we have covered that. And of course the mindset issue and the cross-cultural aspect also need to be looked at. So with that, we conclude the session. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mrityunjay ji, for your wonderful moderation. And with this, this is the process. First, we will invite you to give the token of respect to the other panelists with gifting a holy basil plant. To Mr. Anil Bhatia, please. To Mr. Sanjeev Layak. And I would request CEO and ABCB to hand over this gift of token of respect to Mr. Mrityunjay. And also thanks to the panelist who has joined us virtually.
Thank you.
With this, I would request CEO and ABCB for the concluding remarks. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much to all those who are here till now. We started this, thought about this event calling all industry bodies all over India, and it was to happen in November, somehow skipped over to January, and the intent was one, to at least call all industry bodies at one forum, so that they are aware of what QCI is, because we have even reached out to smaller state bodies like in Northeast or all those areas. Maybe I was looking in the list, one was the body in Kutch region for the specifically to that location. So before I give my, of course, I had noted down the entire pad of suggestions and comments coming from industry bodies. It was actually good to see at least one person from different bodies here. And before I conclude on what we had deliberated on, I would request two people, because there are lots of been many speakers told about lack of testing facilities, lack of the cost of the testing and all those things. And second, we have with us Deputy Director General Quality Assurance, Commodore Gaurav Gautamji. So he wanted to inform the participants about the scheme which the defense industry is running about. May I first give the opportunity to Commodore Gaurav Gautam, please. Please.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As introduced, my name is Commodore Gaurav Gautam. I am the Deputy Director General Quality Assurance in DGQA organization, looking after warship projects. It's been a very informative day for all of us also here to learn about the various aspects of quality related to the industry. Because although we are participating with industry in a big way for inducting equipment and systems on board our warships, we are not aware so much about what the industry is going through and the pain points of the industry and various other aspects. In the last session just now, what was spoken about the requirement of testing infrastructure, earlier also it was highlighted, and I must give special mention to my home state Haryana, which correctly brought out that it needs to start at education level from schools. Anyhow, I am here to just inform, although probably many people have left. Unfortunately, I would have liked to highlight it to most of the people who were there since the morning sessions. But there is a lot of effort from the Government of India, especially Ministry of Defence, and the DGQA organization is steering a special scheme called the Defence Testing Infrastructure Scheme, DTIS, to build testing infrastructure in the country. Now, unfortunately, it looks like most of the country, most of the industry is not aware about this scheme. The scheme was launched in May 2020, and the process of creating this infrastructure is still languishing with hardly any movement on ground. Now, the testing infrastructure that is envisaged to be created by this scheme, the most important thing is the article number 1 and the biggest article in the magazine that is there in your folders, the drones. That is the future of the country. Now, the RFP for creating testing infrastructure for drone technology was floated sometime around 6 months back. There have been many extensions given, but we are somehow not getting the bids. So that is one of the areas which is envisaged to be created. But most importantly, this is something which is going to be created by a grant from the government. So I fail to understand why the industry is unable to participate. There will be 400 crores grant given by the government for creating this infrastructure, which will be approximately 75% of the cost of the creation of this infrastructure. 25% will be borne by a special purpose vehicle, SPV, and the RFPs are already out. Bids, unfortunately, we are not getting given many extensions. So besides drone infrastructure, what is envisaged, I'll just rattle off quickly. not taking much time. EMI EMC test facility, environmental test facility, electronic warfare test facility, electro-optics, communications, mechanical and material, ammunitions, and of course the drone. So please, whoever you know, whoever you reach out to, I would request everybody to inform everybody that this is a facility which is available, testing infrastructure the government is trying to create, and we need to go forward. This is, as of now, envisaged to be created in the UP industrial corridor and the Tamil Nadu industrial corridor, these two places. Further details, I would request you, it's all available in the website of the Ministry of Defence and the DGQA website, and I would request you to take all the details from there. Thank you so much.
So can you give me a permission to add on 1 or 2 points with what?
In fact, I was coming to that. I see some other faces from other industry bodies, and it would be an opportunity. We still have the time. Maybe if you would like, maybe 3-4 minutes, each one of you. And before I give to Madhumita, who represents the tech sector, afterwards, because you would hear something, maybe just wait for some time. I would respond to Commodore Gautam. In fact, QCI has developed a certification scheme for drones. You would have heard about AQA has notified it. Sorry, DGC has notified, not AQA. DGC has notified it. And if you can send us brief about those, whatever, like drones and other areas wherein we can maybe circulate it to our accredited bodies who might be interested in setting up the infrastructure facilities for testing all those products, whether it's for ammunition or for drones or for any other sector. So I think we can work closely on this and at least try and make an attempt to facilitate, so that if it is a scheme which is there in 2020 and still not getting that traction, maybe we can try and help you out on this. And again, it comes to the point that awareness. So probably awareness, lack of awareness or no awareness, I don't know what's happening in the country, but then I could see a similar instance wherein Ministry of Food Processing was funding the setting up of laboratories by giving 50% grants. And there the projects were submitted in piles, and everyone was going to get that funding done for their food testing labs. So probably it has not caught the eyes of the tech sector, which probably I will ask her to respond at the later. It's all driven by, and it's good that. So it's very good that you have informed us, and whatever best we can do to sensitize people on this, we will try and do so. That's one. And may I request your name, and if you want to come here, you want to stand and
come here only, I'll
okay.
Speak. My name is Brigadier Wahi. I'm a veteran and have got experience both working in the defense as well as the corporate sector. So in the defense, I was into the capital procurement. So one of the points in today's meeting was highlighted that we have to make our own standards. So since I was into the capital acquisition, the defense forces have got a very, very strong system of making its own standards as far as the equipment and the technology which we require. So there is an elaborate process of getting a GSQR made, getting it tested, all the trials are done and evaluation is done. And it's based on what technology is available across the globe as well as domestic, in the domestic terms, and what DRDO is going to develop. So what I'm trying to say, and with the DGQA who is creating specification, they have got the labs and the testing is taking place. So the entire system is in place. So what I'm saying is that if you people can have an interaction with the defense forces and see whatever are the best practices which are followed by them can also be imbibed by the industry to make our own standards, rather than working on the, like for example, when I was into capital procurement, we were getting that you get this, you take this equipment. No, we said we want this, we want it like this. So we were having our own standard and they had to supply as per our own standards. That's what I wanted to convey.
Thank you so much for raising this very important issue. In fact, we had, I think, 2 or 3 meetings. It was happening during the COVID times. and that's the standardization in the defense sector. And the meeting happened at the highest level, where the defense secretary was also part of that meetings. That was to start, looking at the standards, what the defense is currently using it, and if there is any need to integrate or harmonize with the international standards, and wherein one, there should not be any duplicity if there is a standard available, and if there is an international standard, why should we not adopt it? Second, if there is a product which requires an Indian standard because of some reasons, because of our specifications or our requirements, why don't we look at? We are fully aware that defense has a very full-fledged system of making its own standards and specifications, and as and when I think some of the standards are being referred to like BIS, wherein it's available, but most of them you have your own specifications. Unfortunately, the momentum was quite good, but somehow the defense ministry has for the timing left it is let this current system continue. And I would suggest, if because there is already a scheme for Standards Development Organization, SDOs, defense, because if you look at US economy, although ANSI, the American National Standards Institute, there is a national standards body there, but they do not develop their own standards. So they have a scheme of accreditation of Standards Development Organization, SDOs. So they have, I think, about around 250 SDOs around the world, like ASTM, API, all those well-known standards are, even UL is a ANSI accredited SDO. So maybe BIS already, in fact QCI had started that SDO scheme. Somehow BIS also it was started somehow that, I would say, being the national standards body. So we have, the scheme is available, but still BIS is also there. I think they're given accreditation to RDSO or so. You can check out. That becomes the national standards. So at this point of time, it's a point well noted that we should have our own standards. And in fact, one of the issues which were raised in is that why should India not lead in development of the standards? Why should we follow? I mean, so somebody said that why should we be standards taker rather than standards maker? So that's a good point to look at, because we need to be driving the world as we are currently being driven by the standards around the world. So that's what. Thank you. Thank you. Anyone else who wants to say before I call Madhumita ji? Yeah, please. You want to come here or maybe? Yeah. Maybe you can first introduce yourself and then maybe.
Good afternoon, I'm Brigadier A.K. Vasudevan. I'm from the same organization as Commodore. I'm from the Director General of Quality Assurance. I just want to add a few points what have been already ordered by Brigadier Wahi and Commodore. Firstly, we are an organization which is already in place and as old as the defense industry is. So what we are trying to discuss over here and create is already existing as far as the defense industry is here. We have got the complete know-how, what is required by the defense forces, and we are forthcoming as far as the industry is concerned. We are trying to do the handholding also. And what we want to especially tell you is that as far as the defense, not only the defense products, as far as the commercial products are also concerned, if we launch any product in India, it's meant for pan-India. So it caters for all kind of terrains, all kind of weather conditions. So if you really look at it, if any kind of a commercial product is also made in India, it can very well vouch for the global conditions also, and it can be used in different kind of conditions as well. So we have got a website called dgcleardefense.gov.in. The vendor registration aspect is already there in it. We have got a link to the vendor registration aspect on it. It's called JSD 015/2021, which is already there in the website. So the vendors who want to get registered with the defense, they can get a know-how that how they can get registered with us. And As far as the standards and regulations has been confirmed, well, we have got quite a few promotion schemes also. We give self-certification, a green channel also to the industry. Now, to add on to our infrastructure, we have also come up with third-party, what you call, TPI. That means we will enable a private body to take on the quality checks on behalf of us. So that is another scheme with which we have come up. And as already brought out, both the defense corridors are there. So we have come up with quite a few things which will help the industry to dovetail with us to meet our aim of bringing Atmanirbharta as far as that is the only message that I wish to give at the moment. Thank you, that's all.
Thank you, and I would have a suggestion for maybe the people who are from the defense forces. We have seen from NABCB perspective, as in the last 3 years, I may say, the more we connected with the stakeholders, and it's very easy these days connecting with virtually. So maybe some awareness sessions by DGQA on virtually for all this industry, for stakeholders, because over a period of time, maybe 6 months, 1 year, people will get to know about all your programs, all your initiatives, and your requirements also. So it becomes easier for you to, engage with MSMEs, and now you have all the associations, and we can also support you in reaching out to the associations also, because then that will probably help out, widen your base and also taking benefit from various schemes which the defense sector is giving to industry. I'm sure that many of the industry would know about it, but still it is always good to keep on. For example, in Government e-Marketplace, which is a public procurement portal, so they have their online modules. If anyone wants to understand what's the process, they can look at it. Anyone can go through that. There are some awareness programs that they continuously carry out. So maybe I don't know whether DGQA is doing it or not, but maybe you can think of opening up, because it's hardly anything which is confidential now with regards to this. It's an open program which you want more stakeholders to connect. So I think there should be some initiatives from DGQA for the industry so that they can connect with it. Yeah, thank you. And I don't see anyone else who would like to say. Okay, so lots of things were said about lack of testing infrastructure, lack of credible certifications, high cost of testing, and multiplicity of certifications. So we have, in fact, in this meeting, we had called the two industry bodies of the TIC sector. One is the TIC Council India, which is Testing Inspection Certification Council of India, which is a Indian arm of a Brussels-based organization. And we had also called ACBI, the Association for Certification Bodies of India. So incidentally, the chairperson of both the organizations were there till about lunchtime. And we have Madhumita, who's director at Intertech and also part of TIC Council. So may I now request if you can just elaborate on these issues which have been continuously raised by the speakers here. Yeah, thank you. Before. And how can you support the industry, and if industry needs anything, how can they reach out to you?
Right. Thank you, Rajesh, for giving the opportunity, and on behalf of TIC Council, I wish you all a very, very happy 2023 ahead, right? So this is a great start to the year where we've come as an industry, Indian industry bodies here, and incomplete without TIC Council, right? I mean, you've been continuously talking about the lack of testing and exorbitant rates, we're listening and we're hearing you. And I can say I'm in this industry for the last 17 years, and I've seen it evolve, right? Transformation of this industry. I mean, if I talk about, the star rating program, right? We brought in with BE so that we could fast track this standardization and put in the labs. We put up the balanced ambient calorimeter also. So, we've traversed a long way, and now TIC Council has a whole lot of, labs crisscrossing the country. So, wherever you are and you need, you will be able to access us. So do reach out to any, NABCB. We are very well connected. Like they said, we are their arms. I mean, whether it is, we call it TIC because it's testing, inspection, and certification. So whether it is testing, our labs are everywhere. You all have been speaking of one product, one district, one product. But, one lab, again, there are challenges. So we speak about, hub and spoke model, where, you have a center of excellence, and then you have labs which help. Because, the machines need a lot of maintenance. They need a lot of correlation, calibration. So, but we are very, very well networked, and we'll be able to help you. I mean, over the years, I've worked very closely with the CEO NABCB, and, just a phone call, and we've always grouped together, right, with all our expertise across different tech sectors and given the best support. So please feel free, and yes, capacity building, we are, like you said, I think two industries have been mentioned on and on, toys and textiles, right? I just want to mention the toys because MSME is very, they are the big ones, like you all have already mentioned, and they're the small ones. So what happened is when that QCO came, right? I mean, there was a certain level of, because, sending for exports of toys needed a lot of stringent testing, the parts per billion, parts per million, there was a difference, right? Whereas the BIS standard did not warrant that kind of thing. So, of course, there was the need, and we supported the MSME. We brought down to a rate which was affordable to all. And there also we put in, like grouping, color grouping of toys, so that it could be affordable for MSMEs. So TIC Council is very aware of this, and we want to support. We do trainings in different languages because we speak so many languages across India, right? And so whether it is in Hindi, Bangla, Telugu, Tamil, Gujarati, I'm sure our TIC Council members will be able to support. So, anything else? I think I've addressed? Yeah. Right. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, and that's a very right point that she has raised. TIC Council, instead of what was said as establishing labs in each district or each city, because it adds to the cost and it adds to the availability of resources. If we can optimize using an hub and spoke model, so that because everywhere there is collection center, you get your blood sample collected even from a small village or all those things. So that's the approach which most of the laboratories or the testing facilities have it now, and that's working very well. I'm saying it's in the remotest part they will collect the sample through their channels. They have the arrangements, logistics, so that every sample is reached out there within time, and the results are given. So, in the concluding session, I will just like to highlight a few things which have been raised in all the sessions. So, one, it was talked about multiplicity of the standards or the TRs or the multiplicity of the certifications that are desired, and at the same time, some sectors like ICC were wanting that there is no regulation for like chemicals management and safety. So we need to have a right balance on what kind of, and I think food person from IFA was saying too many regulations that we have to comply. So a balance needs to be maintained, that right kind of standards and regulations are in place without too much of compliance burden to the industry. That's one. And at the same time, wherever the standards or regulations are not there, that needs to be built into. Everyone talked about the awareness, whether it is awareness on the standards development process, awareness on the content in the standards and all those things, or lack of knowledge in understanding the requirements of the standard. So awareness is another aspect which we all stakeholders in QI need to look into. The other point which was raised was product certification, expanding it to other accredited bodies like NABCB accredited product certification bodies. Another point which was raised about the credibility of the certification. Lots of fraudulent, unauthentic certifications are available in the market. Industry doesn't know about it, or they are confused, और दे आर हार्ड प्रेस फॉर टाइम कि कल टेंडर सबमिट करना है तो कहाँ से स्टैंडर्ड लेके आए, जो 5,000 का मिलता है तो वो ले लें, या जो 2 महीने में ऑडिट करके मिलेगा तो वो मिले. So that's also a challenge, and actually it is denting the brand India image. If you are trying to have cut short measures to have the certifications, going to dent the brand India image. Of course, public consultation was another aspect. So not only public consultation, but consultation of the relevant stakeholders. So furniture, an example was given wherein all big shots for big companies were called in, but MSMEs, those small, it's not. So public consultation while the standards development process is on, relevant stakeholders should be part of the process. MRAs, how the country should leverage the QI into entering into MRAs or FTAs, and how that can benefit the Indian industry. So that was another one. Synergies amongst the QI stakeholders and the QI institutions. Another thing which was quite often said in the, I think 3 or 4 speakers, bringing in the quality element into the PLI scheme. So right now it's not there. So bringing in those quality standards in. Also, somebody talked about remote areas, clusters. How do the quality infrastructure benefit those remote areas or clusters? Many people talked about technology, because now we are all in a tech-driven world. So using AI, blockchain, and how do we make ease of doing business for the in industry using these technologies, and in providing the conformity assessment, demonstrating those conformity assessment compliance. These days, even the virtual assessment is, I would say, before the COVID, no one would have accepted virtual meetings or virtual assessments. Now everyone is more comfortable doing things virtually, and probably that's the reason why many of our speakers are there virtually, and we have few people here. Sectoral forums. So another point which was raised was to have sectoral forums. Of course, we were thinking of doing sessions sectorally, but then we could have covered only few sectors. The intent of this very first industry body meeting was to invite all industry bodies. Whosoever can come must come, and all, whether it is a national level body or a state level or a sectoral, so that at least that sensitization happened. And the entire team, NABCB team, was working for last, I think, a month or so, to build this whole event, to reach out to all stakeholders, all industry bodies, so that everyone can come in. I think there would be definitely some other points which are there in my detailed notes, and my colleagues would have taken up. So I would like to thank each one of you who has attended this program.
I think from this one group we can hand over a token of respect, because they have raised DGQ and DGC. And that one and that one to TIC.
Okay, yeah. So thank you, each one of you, to all the panelists, to all the distinguished guests in the inaugural session, and to all those who connected virtually. So this whole event was also there on YouTube, and we had made an advertisement in Economic Times. I don't know how many connected from the industry connected on this, but then the intent was, and this whole deliberations would be there on YouTube also. The intent was to understand what the issues and challenges industry faces, and how best we can help or try to resolve them. So thank you everyone for joining in, and let me also, so my team is reminding, we have for the DGQA, Commodore, maybe the entire team can come, and we have some Holy Basil, and for the TIC Council we have the Holy Basil. Yeah, please.
I will end with one of
Yeah, and before I hand over to her, let me also thank the entire NABCB team who's worked very, very hard for last so many days. May I of course, let me first hand over and then I'll call the team, entire team here. Maybe, yeah, please. Come.
You please also come. Please join.
Come.
Please go to the center. You have added value added in this session.
Please. Maybe you can please. Yeah.
And now Madhumita ji, please come. Thank you.
Thank you. So, you want to close? But before you would like to say the last words, I would like to invite all the team, NABCB team, starting from Ankit. Come, Ankit. So he is the one who's doing all the things from the back end. Shivam, Ajay, Jaimin, Varsha तो यहीं पर ही है. सुनील, अभिषेक का है? बुलाओ उसको, अभिषेक को. Somebody can stay. वो laptops हैं क्या बाहर? Come इधर आओ. So the entire team worked to build this whole program to make it a success, and we had lots of inputs from the entire all the industry bodies which have come over here and which have joined virtually over the program. Thank you to the entire team. So maybe, okay. So this is the entire, almost 80% of the NABCB team we have. Sir. अब नहीं आ रही क्या? Thank you. Thank you, everyone. And you have the last words. You want to say something?
So I think बहुत कम लोग बचे हैं और ये जो भी कुछ सुबह से हो रहा है ये सब हमारा इंटरेक्शन, लोगों का मिलना मिलाना और हमारा टिक जो इंडस्ट्री है इसमें आपस में हमारे क्या रिलेशन है. So I would like to end the session with few of the lines which from the morning I am trying to say. So I will conclude the session with रिश्तों को लफ्ज़ों का मोहताज ना बनाइए, रिश्तों को लफ्ज़ों का मोहताज ना बनाइए, अगर कोई अपना खामोश है तो आप ही आवाज़ लगाइए. Thank you so much.